Hello everybody, welcome to the stream on Kirios channel. My name is Charlie. Don't worry, Kirios and the other special guests will be with you in a minute, but I'm just here to introduce what we are doing today. This is a stream to celebrate Jingle Jam 2024, and it is all in support of Calm. I do work at Calm, so that's why I'm here and hosting today. We are the Campaign Against Living Miserably. We are a suicide prevention charity based in the UK, and we hopefully, across the next few hours, have an entertaining stream for you, bringing together some of the best creators in the tabletop wargaming space that the UK and Ireland have to offer. It's all in support of a good cause, so we have a donation goal in the top left corner of your screen, and we also have a prize draw that you can enter as well. Follow the links in the description. Nightbot will be poking them at you throughout the chat as well. It's free to enter, supported by Hoplite Game Studio. I'll talk about them in a little bit. But first, we will introduce the rest of the team who's joining us today. Oh, what a beautiful transition. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We have myself, Charlie. We have Ollie. Again, I'm getting my direction wrong. Ollie from Broadsword Wargaming.
You'll get it by the end of the stream, mate.
We'll get it. We should have practiced this. We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
We've got Mikey joining us from Hellstorm Wargaming. Kirios, of course, it would kind of be hard to exclude him since it's his channel. And we have Peachy joining us as well. Thanks, everyone, for being here. How are we all doing today?
Good.
Yeah, good. Thanks for having me, bud.
Yeah.
All good.
It's good to be part of the gang.
Nice. And we'll just do a final check, Alex, now that we are actually live. Is everyone's camera working? Is everyone's mic all working? Fantastic. That is what we love to hear. Oh, well, thanks for joining, guys. It's been a journey trying to get everybody together, trying to bring us all into a time that can work. This time of year is never exactly the easiest to try and get people together and on board with things, but thank you just so much for joining and supporting Calm through your time and effort, and yeah, just coming along to chat rubbish with me.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, again, it's a really good cause, and I'm super happy to be not only part of the whole thing, but with these lovely people who joined us today.
Yeah,
Definitely.
should have good fun, right? We're all just going to hobby and paint and chat some rubbish probably for the next few hours, I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
And also, hello everyone else here as well. I know we just literally said hello like 2 minutes ago, but yeah, we're all back on cameras now. It's nice.
Yeah.
And, we've got lovely Peachy and Mikey, myself I've met before, obviously Charlie, but Kirios, I haven't met you prior to like 10 minutes ago. So thanks for having us on your channel as well and for leading the charge here.
I was going to say it's like we've never met before, and I've immediately had you round to my house, but but via someone else's house, which is stretching the analogy a little bit.
It's like in a tent in the front room, you know. Everyone's in the tent, but it's in your front room.
Everyone's just pitched up, come round, and just like, yeah, we're gonna just chill here for a little bit. We're just gonna hang out. It's yeah, I've never had to introduce like someone else's stream before. That was definitely a weird little feeling. But
I'm not gonna lie.
Brave of you, that.
Now that we're live, I'm really I'm struggling not to try and control what's happening.
Just I mean, if you want to go ahead, you'll take some pressure off me.
You got nothing. You got nothing, Kirios. It's been
all the stuff is there, and it's like here's all the stats for the streams and for the stream and things, and here's the chat, and it's all connected to my thing, but I'm not doing any of it, and it feels really weird. Not in a bad way, just different. I'm like, oh, I should. No, I shouldn't. I don't need to do anything. Okay, let's just stop. Hands off. Leave it alone.
You can relax now, right? That's it. And all I've got to do, my only plan is not to get your stream cancelled or demonetized in the next few hours to ruin the whole channel. That's my main goal, I think.
I would like that. That'd be nice. If it could still be a viable way of earning a living at the end of this, I'd be happy with that.
I'll do my best. I can't promise anything, but I'll do my best.
It's definitely brave. Yeah, hats off to you to agreeing to actually host this for all of us when, I think everybody here is pretty renowned for poking fun at each other and winding everybody up. There's already been a few shots fired while we were just getting everything sorted. And
just at Peachy.
Yeah, mainly at Peachy, to be fair. But I saw, speaking of shots fired and stuff, I actually saw, Mikey, it was in your stream, I think. Have you,
oh, no.
You got the taste of onion out of your mouth yet, mate?
Oh, God, bro. No, I feel so grim. I felt grim for 2 days. So if anyone didn't know, we did our good donation fun time, as I like to call it, was every time we hit £100, I span a wheel of punishments. One of them being eating a raw onion, doing a shot of olive oil, and I've also got a nice big rectangle on my leg, which I'm happy to share, which is very bold compared to the rest of it. And wax strips do hurt, you know. So yeah, I've been tasting onions for like 2 days. Alas was like, "Do you want to do it tonight?" I was like, "Yeah, just no onions for me, please. Just leave them out for just this one time."
Oh, Peachy's
you
muted. I'm being told.
Are you muted, Peachy? I think. Yeah.
I thought he was like that's what kind of why I did the not so subtle mic checks. I thought we were maybe having issues. There's always one.
Yep, still muted, Peachy.
We need you.
So
we need you.
dashing,
It's all falling apart without him, to be honest.
See, this is the thing. It said earlier, just before we went live, it's not on fire.
Yeah.
And straight away.
Taking 6 minutes. Yeah.
About now.
Oh,
Is
Now. Is that working?
Something for a second.
that what it sounds like it's working.
he's back.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I can.
Oh, there we
Yay!
go. Yay!
It's. I think it's my cable. I think it's my cable on my
nice.
Focusrite, and I have to get a new one because it's been
Yeah.
playing up. I've done like days where I've done talking to camera footage, and then 10 seconds of it has been recorded, and the rest is just silence.
Bro,
And I'm
done
like
that.
so angry.
I've done that so many times. I once filmed a battle report and it took 5 hours, and the microphone cable wasn't quite plugged in properly.
Oh man.
Oh, I
hate it.
I did a batch recording of Trench Crusade lore videos, and I
in silence.
didn't realise that I didn't have enough space on the drive I used to record, and OBS, instead of telling me this, for whatever reason, I've never had this happen before, it just froze, except the preview. So when I looked at the end of recording,
Amazing.
a massive 3-hour recording, I looked and it said that I'd been recording for 15 minutes.
Excellent.
And I was like,
Oh no.
I'm done. Rest of the day, I'm
Yeah.
taking it off. I'm not doing
Yeah.
anything else. I've had enough.
Yeah.
It's it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but I'm going to do literally anything but work now because no, that's it.
It's soul crushing. It is. It's soul crushing. Also, just want to say thanks to James from Siege Studios.
I was just
for
gonna
dropping me a WhatsApp.
I was just going to say, James from Siege has just messaged me saying that Peachy's muted.
Is that how you guys knew?
yeah. Cheers, James. Thanks.
Oh,
Thank
thanks
you,
for
James.
Nice.
Well, while people just have another final little chance to check settings and make sure they're all happy, I am going to read out a few donations because we've actually had some
Yeah,
straight
thanks,
in
everyone.
out of the game,
Oh,
which was a bit
Amazing.
of a surprise.
There's no wheel this time, though, right? Because I'm
there's
not
no
watching
wheel.
my leg again. Okay, thank
No,
you.
there's no punishments for
Ooh.
people. The only reward for donating, in terms of the goals were hit, is adding more things to the prize draw.
Oh, that's good. That's so much better.
I'll read
So
out these
much better.
donations and then I'll go into how that's actually going to work because that's probably quite important for people to want to know. So we have had bear with me, this is the first time I've ever done it as a live stream. So
Oh, let's go, Charlie. No pressure.
we started off with 70 quid when we went live, which was lovely start to our selection. And I believe it was Red Brick 5 donated in the poll that we've got running to say which faction is the best. And I believe that they said that Tyranids and Genestealer cults are the best factions. So currently, if you want to argue with that,
You.
pay with your wallet to enter into
Right.
that vote. See where we get to at the end of that.
Violence, I see.
Violence, absolutely. It's a great incentive. We had Papaya Pariah donated
let's go,
£100
Papaya.
pretty much as soon as we went live. Thank you ever so much. We had
Well,
Duke
legend.
Verdane donated 50 quid a few minutes ago. Nige donated a tenner as well. Keep up the good work, lads. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you everybody so much. And we do actually have as well. Doing it wrong again. Which way is it? Oh, God, it's been a while since I've done this. We have a
Which way's the
calm
beach, Charlie? Show me.
donor.
Which way's the beach?
A calm donor has decided to throw a bit of matched funding our way. So you'll see there is a goal of £5,000 total at the minute. £2,000 of that is being matched funded. So whatever you guys choose to generously donate, that will be doubled up to the £2,000 limit. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that as we go along. We'll let you know how we are getting through that. But let's talk about some prizes. That's why people are
Yeah.
here,
Ooh,
supporting
the
a
good
great
stuff.
cause and talking about
Mm.
prizes. Yeah. Have you guys ever been aware with Hoplite Game Studios before? You guys done a lot of work with them or seen any of the models that they've got?
No, it's
I
news to
saw them
me.
at UK Games Expo. Some of the stuff they had on that table was insanely cool.
I've seen them because I've more than once looked up alternative tanks for Lehman Russes and Rogel Dawns and Baneblades, and they print some of the best ones that you can find. So I've sat there and gone, oh, if I didn't want to print this, could I just buy this from? Oh, I could. Okay, they do it.
Can.
It looks really good. That's very tempting.
You can indeed, yeah. And so Hoplite Game Studios are based in America. It's a small team, and honestly, they've been lovely to work with so far. They're not sponsoring this video. This isn't an ad. This is us giving them a shout out because they've been very generous in donating a hell of a lot of prizes to us. It's a free entry into the draw, so if you fancy a chance at winning, go read the terms and conditions, drop your name and your email into the prize form, and you can get entered in. Right now, there are 10 $50 gift vouchers for Hoplite Game Studios websites. When we get to £1,000 donated, we will be adding in a bunch load of kits to the draw as well. They'll be printed by Hoplite and sent to you. At £2,500, we will be adding the minis that we're working on the stream to the draw as well. So they will have people have a chance to win those. And at £5,000, this is the absolutely massive one, the insane one. This might be what you saw at UK Games Expo.
That's the one I
Mikey.
saw at Expo. Yeah,
This
it's
is
very
so
sick.
good.
Yeah, this is the Nom. It's classed as a medium artillery carriage, which is genuinely quite terrifying. It's a gigantic resin kit. It's this huge like artillery train, essentially like two Baneblade sized tanks.
Oh,
Carry
wow.
this massive, railway gun, respectively. Yeah, there it is on stream. So obviously
Beautiful.
none of the other
That's
things
so
would
good.
come with it, but this is a printed and painted example. I believe this is actually Games Night at Yogscast. That's the one. It's
nice.
absolutely huge. It's a meter long. It's something like 17 inches tall with a barrel angled like that. It's absolutely monstrous. And Hoplite have very generously said that if we hit that £5,000 goal, they will print one to order and send it to the lucky winner as well, completely free
Amazing.
of charge from themselves. So that's the grand prize. If we hit that £5,000 goal, that will be going into the prize draw as well. And yeah, just thank you, Hoplite, for agreeing to help us with this. Honestly, it was great chatting to them. They've been incredibly generous, and they have sent us some gifts, which is a bit of a sore point because I believe only one person has actually arrived on time.
Yep.
Some of us some gifts.
I've got presents. No one else gets any, but I've got presents. Oh, just before we do this, Merlin, who is moderating the chat for us, thank you very much, Merlin, has asked how should people enter the draw?
So, very good question. On the Tiltify campaign page, in the description, it doesn't show up as a hyperlink, so you have to manually copy the link. But in the description, there's a link to the terms and conditions. There's a link to the full prize document showing a breakdown of exactly what's included at each different tier. And there is a link to the prize form as well. It's very simple. Name, email, and do you agree to be contacted by us? That's basically it. All information like addresses we'll pick up with the winners afterwards. And if I'm remembering rightly off the top of my head, we're going to be doing the prize draw next Wednesday. So yeah, go check it out. Completely free entry, and just donate to get the games collection and to boost the cause.
I will
Really.
just.
I was about to say the link's just past the donate button, right? They just wave their mouse, click the donate button.
Yep.
It's just a bit further down.
I put a link in
As
the
you're going
chat,
through, it's a
and I'll
journey.
pin it to the top, so that way people know where it is.
Nice.
Excellent. Thank you ever so much.
Entry
for that.
form, yeah, there we go. That's the right one. Just wanted to check. I didn't want to just link people only to the terms and conditions. That would be, I mean, it would be helpful, but not as helpful as the actual link to the.
It's an important thing. The terms and conditions are very loose, to be fair. Do make sure you meet them. Obviously, that is a requirement. Unfortunately, if you do enter and you were drawn as a winner and you don't meet the terms and conditions, we will have to pass it on to someone
Send it
else.
to me.
But there's
send it to me
nothing
instead.
I'll send it to Mikey. Just like I was saying earlier, I'll just drive it
Perfect.
all to Mikey. We've got it all in the office at the minute. don't.
But only if
Don't
Mikey will
anymore.
eat another onion. That's how that works.
Yeah.
It's
You
only
know what? You know
That's-
what? I'm in.
And pay for my petrol.
fair trade.
But Kirioth, your little gift turned up. I'm really sorry everyone else's didn't.
I do,
Like, we did try to get them shipped out, but
It's all right.
I'm the
Try this
favourite.
yes.
That's not true. That's not. Oh, even saying it out loud made me really uncomfortable. I actually didn't like that.
That's terrible.
Did you feel the
You're out.
silence?
Ooh.
Yes, Merlin, I will get Nightbot to periodically post it in a moment once I've opened my presents.
What's your
Do
favourite?
you have a craft knife with
Early.
you? Because they're actually they're really well wrapped. We had
They
a
are
knife
pretty
there
well wrapped.
getting
Uh,
yeah, I had a knife.
oh.
there
Kirio
getting
says there
into
isn't
it.
a craft knife. We need to have a word because what
hang on.
hobby doesn't have one
True.
or three?
I'm just trying to find the closest one. Okay, this one.
Use one of those guitars. In the
Only right
back.
next to Baneblade.
Use a guitar.
I'll just take a string off and just saw away
Yeah.
at it.
That's not a guitar. That's an axe.
You know what? I'm one of those people. I don't like them being called axes. It sounds weird. I don't know where that came from, other than, I mean, does
No
it
idea.
even look like an axe? I don't know.
No.
That's all news to me. I never heard this before. You call
Yeah.
guitars
Never heard
axes?
the term an axe.
No.
Oh wow. Have you been outside before, Chris?
No. That's why I'm so pallid and have no hair. I look like Gollum. I forgot the taste.
You notice I called you Chris because you're being weird.
I
That's
was
not
going to
an
say,
excuse. Gollum went outside. He totally went outside.
Yeah, but not for like quite a few years. He was inside for some time. I'm at that point at the moment. I'm at that point. I've got to get the big eyes.
Okay, so
Let's see.
we have a note which I will read out because it'll be easier than people trying to read it on the screen. Thank you for participating in this year's Jingle Jam and partnering with Calm. Included in this package are the following models, all of which were printed by Hoplite Game Studios. The crocodile/alligator tank, which was sculpted by Famer, I think. Look, there's an N in the... Look, I'm bad at names. There's an N in the front of it. I'm sure that's close enough.
Probably about right.
And, I mean, they
Favourite
clearly
private
knew who
child
they were
life.
dealing with sending tanks here. I mean, come on. Like...
I think they thought that you didn't have enough.
I mean, to be fair, I don't.
I think that tank you were working on the other day needs more weapons, needs more guns.
Yeah.
That's the
What
thing.
about
There
a
are
tank on the tank.
put this
Yeah,
tank
did
on
you
that tank.
consider?
I'm not
Did you
allowed to
consider?
modify that tank anymore. Someone won it. It's out of my hands. I'm not allowed to touch it.
That's fair.
Now, I was hoping that this is what this would be because I recognised the name, and you can tell by the little. So we've got a little fuel canister there, little fuel trailer.
Oh, yeah.
It is the tank that's got a giant flamer on the front.
Oh, amazing.
And it's printed nicely. And actually, I said I was bored of building because I've built so much, but I kind of want to build this now. But I'm going to be sensible. I'm going to paint the things that I've got instead.
Nah.
So obviously, difficult to show off the whole
build
thing
it.
because it's in pieces. But
That's cool.
That is quite cool.
It's a decent size.
that's
as
got a
well.
good look to it. Yeah, I mean
That's what they
that's
call small, right?
that's. It looks. Oh my! I hate to sound like an absolute nerd here, but I mean that's effectively what Chimera chassis sized.
Yeah.
Full turret,
so.
flamer on the front, trailer on the back with all the fuel.
Oh.
Good Hellhound stand.
Hellhound, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Yeah.
good proxy in. I mean, obviously use it however you want. It's not,
Awesome.
it's an independent kit, but it'd be a good proxy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I mean, could you do it for Does Bolt Action have vehicles, or is that more infantry focused?
Let's have vehicles.
Yeah, it does vehicles, yeah.
That's vehicles, yeah.
You've also got the Conflict 47, which is like a bit more
yeah.
weird science kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some lasers on there.
There's some lasers.
No, I've just seen someone. Jez in chat says needs more candles. No, nothing
It does
needs more
actually need some
candles.
candles.
We're done with candles for now. Candles are over.
At least 4. Get it?
Oh,
I was going to make the joke, Mikey. I was going to
Sorry, mate. Beat you to it.
that's one of those jokes that it feels like it should only be said by old people, but it's just sort of transcended generations and is relevant no matter when.
It's just enjoyable, isn't it? Harmless fun. Sorry, I've got a shout out. Somebody has donated £10 to save at the Tau Best faction. I
Oh
love
my
you.
goodness.
You are my favourite.
Oh my
Ruining
god.
Nah, Mike,
the cults and
you got
Tau.
Oh my god.
you got whooped by the Tau, so you
No,
you
stop
can't
it
complain.
now. Stop it now. I didn't get whooped by them. Just all my units kept appearing and then getting deleted again. Thanks to the lovely donations for charity. I keep telling myself getting beat by Tau the other day.
Going off camera occasionally, going, it is worth it. It is worth it. It is worth it.
Yeah.
Charity tears streaming down my face. It's for charity. Don't
It's
forget
for
that.
charity. It's totally worth it.
As he takes another shot of olive oil and waxes his leg again.
So grim.
Onion
Speaking
juice
of, I've
just
got to. Funnily enough, I've got
pouring
to
down
dye
your
my
face.
hair as well. Yeah, and I've got to dye my hair bright green in aid of the colour of Calm's logo.
Ah.
I'm going
As-
to be
as
doing
another
that this
punishment.
weekend, but that was not part of any sort of condition. I just wanted to do it. So now I'm going to have to change colour, aren't I, so we don't match.
Do you want to share a dye? A bottle of
Oh,
dye?
Maybe we should all dye our hair. I mean, I'll be all right because I'm.
You've got to grow the beard out and dye that.
Yeah.
PG.
Oh,
That's how
yeah.
that works.
Yeah.
Luminescent trim.
Yeah.
Going to.
Okay, this one is Tunnel Rat, Bug Hunters, and Trench Terrain. Ooh, Trench Terrain.
Oh, hello. Good timing.
I was going to say, there's a lot of horrible rustling. I'm so sorry, Alex. This has got to be terrible to try and balance.
Can't hear it.
I can't hear anything, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
Russell.
Oh,
nice.
awesome.
Russell free.
Look at that.
Be louder.
Ooh.
That's
Oh, hello.
that's
Oh,
really
that is
good.
nice, actually.
Yo,
I like that.
That's actually so good.
That's
really
awesome.
nice.
Is that printed or cast that one?
That's very cool.
That is. Yeah, that's
like
printed.
this.
FDM.
Oh my
I think
god.
it's
Oh,
all
wow,
printed.
okay.
Oh wow.
That was really good for FDM.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely FDM. On the sandbags,
That
you've
was
got
like,
a little bit of
is that
texture,
resin?
but like
That can't be.
it's
That's huge.
that is super nice.
Yeah.
Ooh. And there's more. There we go. There's more pieces. I'm trying to. I still haven't cleared away all the boxes from when I was doing the other streams, so I've got no space to put things anywhere.
Oh, I know that feeling. So many boxes.
This room is a nightmare. It looks like I'm a kleptomaniac, but for just sprues. There we go. Look at that.
Aren't we all?
That is beautiful. Nice.
That
little
is
diorama
really
setup.
nice scenery.
Yeah.
That is
It's
nice,
very cool.
actually.
Nice size.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll swap you a bottle of hair dye for it.
The
Well, like we
greatest trade.
Well, like I say, everybody has something on the way. I can't remember.
Ooh.
I couldn't
Oh.
find the email that actually says
Look at
what
that.
people have got.
I'm
but,
just jealous now,
just-
Charlie. That's
just
all.
open it. Yeah. This is a teaser. It's
That's
a nice little
great.
teaser. Of
Oh,
stuff.
so good.
That looks really nice.
So good.
Yeah,
Well
it's
gelled.
really clean as well. Like the cleanup's really good on it.
Yeah.
That's the
Perfect
worst thing for
timing,
me about printing
considering.
FDM. I can't clean it properly. I get bored.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
They haven't got bored. They've done it properly. It doesn't matter when I'm doing it for myself, because I'm like, well, no one's going to complain about this, and if they do, they're in my house, so I can tell them to get lost, and it's fine. Oh, there we go. So if I try and get that a bit closer,
Oh, is that a box of minis?
yep, yeah, those would
Ah.
be the tunnel rat bug hunters.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sweet.
Good packaging as well.
I'm excited for my box now. Like
Yeah.
extra, I might
Yeah.
Christmas, and then I'll get a Christmas.
They will turn up.
I
They are
was gonna
nicely
say.
wrapped.
They'll turn up like 10 minutes after we finish the stream, knowing how.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in Ireland. Mine probably won't turn up till next year, but that's you know.
Yeah.
To be fair, I was skeptical that yours would make it in time.
Mate,
Yeah, I was just like, you might be the lonely child that has to like pretend you've got a nice gift when everyone else is opening stuff. But
it's okay.
Peaches might. Oh, is that the postman?
Curiosity.
Oh, going out for a post,
come
man.
on. Come on,
Curiosity.
that would
Postman
be,
always trouble.
It's all right. It's okay. We know that. Yeah.
that would be incredible if that was what that was.
That'd be
And then
good.
just after Peaches open his, Mikey's is going to turn up. Like he's going to get a
Crazy.
knock at the door. Then Ollie's
There you
is
go.
going to turn up. It's going to be great.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
Damn.
God, I want that.
whoa.
That's
Actually-
a great
It
little
is!
bit of scenery. Yes, it
Careful,
is.
Peachy,
It's a
don't touch-
It is.
postman!
I recognise
Peachy,
the
don't touch
bag.
yourself, bro.
They arrived in time. Oh, Mikey, yours
Amazing.
might actually be nearby then, mate.
Imagine if it does. I've literally took one headphone off just in case.
Oh, yep, my cable's gone again.
Yep.
Okay, can
My name's Peachy. I love tea, and my package has arrived. Hooray!
That was so convincing.
I know it's the same.
Now? Yep. No.
it's gone again. It's gone again.
It's cable. It's got to be
While he's figuring that out, we've had another donation, £100 come in from James N. Sorry, I've got a fig roll in my mouth
Yo.
as I've started reading
Let's
this.
go,
That's so
bro.
professional.
Amazing.
Yeah, got the Jingle Jam collection as well. They are still up for grabs, so please, if you are going to
Yeah,
donate
there's-
£35 or more, claim
There's still
claim the
quite.
collection.
I think there's still a decent number left, isn't there? And there's
I think
so
that-
much
I think there's
stuff
like
in it. It's
40,000.
ridiculous.
There's a load of good games. I really should have sent a list of them over to.
Orcs
Who's
Must
this?
Like
Die
another
3.
Crab's Treasure, which
Very
is
good.
sick. Another Crab's Treasure is sick, and I've not played Scorn, but it looks really good.
Yeah.
It's gone the on-rail shooter.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But like in hell.
Yeah.
It looks like it.
I was trying not to say Doom.
Yeah.
Oh.
not.
It's not Doom.
The one
Yeah.
that definitely
you,
isn't Doom.
you tried not
Yeah.
to say it, but said it anyway.
Yes, it says it anyway.
Well done.
Story of my life. So what are you guys working on then while Peachy is still trying to find a knife or
Is that
access to
working?
the package? Oh,
Yay.
I've got some
ha-
big lads.
Either his
Damn.
parcels turns up with gifts or maybe a new cable.
That'd be nice. Both.
Nice.
What's that from?
So these are prints, from Saint Decent, who has done a bunch of stuff for Trench Crusade. But this is one of like a series of hers where she does weird knights.
Yeah,
and
she's so good.
I love them. That her sculpts have got so much character to them.
Yeah.
And they're just literally just big, chunky, beefy boys who are also kind of ghosts because the helmets have got no face in them.
Yeah, what scale are they at? Because they're really nice. Like,
They're massive. I mean, I didn't change the scale of them, but they're just designed to be massive. So there's a Primaris
Right.
line next to one.
yeah.
Wowza.
Yeah, nice.
Super
they're
chunky.
cool.
Very Dark Souls-esque.
I
Yeah,
love
I
them.
was thinking that as well. We've got that sort of that feel
Yes.
about them.
Yeah. Oh, Nige has donated £5 to the stream via a super chat, and the super chat simply says, "Please put these funds towards getting Peachy a new microphone cable." So Peachy, I owe you £5 apparently.
Hey. Well, I've actually got a new microphone cable, so I've just plugged it in. So hopefully it's working now.
We can
Yeah,
hear
sounds
you.
good.
That's
Yeah,
definitely
start.
instant improvement. Instant
Instant
improvement.
improvement. And also my webcam just went into romance cam, so it's all blurred now, and I don't know why it's done that.
It's always romance cam when it's you, Peachy.
I know. So I've got loads of things to tell. I assume you guys didn't send the Tim Tams. I assume you didn't send those. That might
No.
That was me.
Yeah, it's claim credit for anything.
So-
I delivered your Amazon parcel as well, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. all those Christmas presents are from Calm.
Yeah.
All of them.
Oh, nice. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's definitely from the Hoplite Studios. So here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. It's beautifully wrapped as well. Who did
They
the
did a
wrapping?
really good job. Like
Yeah.
it was so hard to actually get into them in the office. I was so excited. Like this massive box turned up in the office, and I knew it was obviously full of, models that they'd printed, and I was dead keen to get into. And already I couldn't open half of them because they were for you guys. But then the other half was really hard to get into because I didn't have a hobby knife or anything in the office. I was just like, I just want to see what we've got.
Yeah.
If Mikey's turned
Well,
up, I'm
first
leaving.
dibs for me.
That's it. Not having that. So I apparently have an Ogre Khan on Mammoth. Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Ooh.
Ooh, big head. That is one tusky looking dude. All right, let's get this open. It's full of bags. There's lots of bags. This is not what kids would want on Christmas Day. Right, that's so much bubble wrap. Actually, they love bubble wrap, don't they, kids? The fans of that.
Yeah.
My
I mean,
God.
I do as well. I'll
yeah.
play with the bubble wrap. That's fine.
I mean, this is just its head. It's just its head. Can I get that to the camera? Sorry, my light-
Jesus.
Is that the mammoth's head? Yeah, big mammoth. Yeah, head. it's the
Nice,
mammoth. Yeah.
chunky.
Are you going to focus? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Nailed
That's
it,
looking
Chris.
good.
So that's its head. I'm gonna have no space in a minute. I'm gonna have no space.
Yeah, there we go. It's all gonna,
I
gonna
bet Ollie's
surrounded
gonna
by
have
bubble
loads
wrap
of space
and
there.
resin. It's the default state of the hobbyist, if we're honest.
Yeah.
Just surrounded by boxes, sprues, and paints. It's just-
Absolutely.
We
I have
clean
just-
up like once a year, take a nice picture for Instagram, and then go back
That's
to
it.
it being a horrendous mess.
Make
I
a
have an
video, hobby
organised
studio
paint section,
tour.
like on my left, and then the right hand side is just like a 4-tiered thing where paint's actually just lobbed in. Like there's no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to like scoot through. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's in there. Probably leak.
God. That's its, I mean, it's got legs, but that's its body. So that is,
Oh wow,
That's massive.
yeah. The printing on it is incredible. Like you were saying, Kirov, it's just so well done.
Yeah, I found with the tank, especially with it being resin, like all the details are super crisp, and they've done a really good job of peeling it, like peeling the supports off, so there's no support marks anywhere. Which-
Yeah.
Especially when you're like paying for a resin print, that's the main thing that I find. It's like it needs to be super clean.
Yeah.
Mm.
Really
I'll kind of
helps out.
accept. I'll accept subpar when I've printed it because I know I'm bad at removing supports. But when it's like a paid thing, you want it to be like completely smooth. And yeah, this tank is just
That's it.
everything is completely clean. So
We've got here. I've got something called Royal Guard and Trench Terrain as well. So I've probably got the same terrain. Wicked. I want to see what the Royal Guard are.
Oh, you could put
the
some together for
excitement with
super
the
trend.
excitement that came across with Royal Guard was loved it.
Ooh, Royal Guard. What are the Royal
Models suitable for
There
an
we
old
go.
man. That's what we want, isn't it?
So the pictures don't represent what they look like, but it looks like there's like a cannon or something like that. So I'll see if I can get something out.
Oh, I
I've
hadn't
got-
realised that. Wait, hang on. After you...
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
so-
the pictures on like the blister packs I think are just like
Oh, they're generic
generic
pictures.
standard pictures. So I
Ah, they're not Praetorians. That's what they are. Not Praetorians. Ah, I love it. I love Praetorians and not Praetorians.
I was
so-
going to say, love
Close
Praetorians,
enough
love not
Praetorians.
anything that's got Praetorian in the name that isn't them
That's
or is
amazing.
them or.
Yes, I've got the same terrain, which is pretty rad. So, that is
As I said, let's push
awesome.
them all together when we've got them.
Mega
Make one
board.
massive
Yeah.
trend.
Mega board.
The
Right,
super
you're gonna focus
trench.
now. There we are. Focus. Let's see if we can get some light in here.
There.
Just a little more light.
Oh, I see. Okay, so mine, I believe, are not. They're definitely not Catachan.
Ah,
Right.
They're
Yeah.
beefy. They're beefy. They've got some.
The guys
they've
from
got some
Predator.
heft to them,
Nice. movie.
but they're definitely not Catachan. I've
Not
also already got
Catachans.
paint on myself, which is amazing.
That's impressive.
Have you been painting? You're like, no.
No, it's just I don't know where it's come from.
I'll just read out a few more quick donations because we've had a few more people come in, which is lovely. We've had Michael has redeemed the Jingle Jam Games collection. I believe that is actually my boss, Michael. So thank you. That's lovely. To in particular. We have We Paint Minis and Dirt Hermit who's saying that they got tipped by a customer and just wanted to help out and donate, which is absolutely fantastic.
Oh,
Amazing.
that'll be John from We Print Miniatures. We love him, I believe.
Ah,
that's
John.
brilliant!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
it's-
that's We Paint. Sorry, We Paint, not We Print. Sorry. I
Oh,
misheard
Well, hang
that,
on.
misheard
I
that.
might have misread it.
No,
It is
it's
We
We
Paint
Paint
Minis.
Minis.
It's We Paint
yeah.
Minis.
Absolute
Yeah, it's not
legend.
We Print.
Thanks for the dono, bro.
Because we're doing
Yo.
all the bits and bobs that were have been printed out. I was like just on my brain. But we've also actually had a swing of a poll as well.
Ooh,
Winning
good.
out now by quite a margin. Well, you say that. It's the Imperium of Man combined is at
Yay!
110, so way out in the lead of the
right.
I'm not
Knights
having
and
this,
Gene
yeah.
Stealers at 50.
Jokers.
So
Absolute jokers voting Tau. Cringe lords.
How's no one voted for Orcs or Chaos yet?
because no one likes Orcs or Chaos.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm with
too
all.
spiky.
They don't know how to use computers.
Too spiky. Yeah, very true.
Too much trim, can't be asked.
Too busy
evil.
shouting. yeah,
are
they're still painting
great.
the trim on the models. They don't have time.
Yeah, time of voting.
I'm
Right,
literally going to donate to the stream I'm on just to put a vote for Chaos in there.
Yes! I knew this was a good idea. I was setting it up, I was like, is this a bit gimmicky? I was
Smart.
like, no, some idiot's going to donate to like fight for a corner on the stream, so let's get it in
Yeah.
there.
Turns out
All right,
they're
we're all
curious on the
donating
stream
now
results.
because we're all in.
Yeah, it's curious.
It's fair enough.
Oh, man.
These are nice.
Any news
I'm
on
just
your post,
checking them out.
Mikey? Has it turned
I've
up?
not heard anything. No,
No.
I could
We ch-
pretend so
we
Ollie
check
feels left out.
Stonewall.
Thanks, mate.
I could like, yo, oh, what's with the door?
Here it
Let's
is.
go.
They sent me this paint. Ooh.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Oh. No, I'm glad another one turned up. It's not just it just shows
Yeah.
the others are on the way. Like we haven't just sent Kyrios
Shows
something. I
us
mean, after
two
series
favourites
like right, you
instead
can
of
just
one.
do one now.
We've sent something to everyone, and then she means, and then I didn't really. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just needed one as an example on the stream. That was it.
Just needed to get you here, so he pretended
Yeah.
to say things.
So, what I really appreciate about these, right, is they come with the bodies with the heads already attached and all like that. So they're like that. You've got a full figure, which is pretty nice. Get that in camera, Pete. Get that in camera. That's nice. So, if it'll only focus. Come on, the lighting in my house.
Oh, we
is
nearly did
either-
it. It tried.
It
Oh.
tried. It's because this
Wait for
camera.
it.
Nearly,
Further back, further
nearly,
back.
nearly.
Further back.
Further away, further away,
There,
closer.
we're there.
I have to leave
Oh,
it. at that,
trying.
Sorry. You
You
can't.
nailed it
Trying
nice,
really
though.
It's
hard.
because right, I've got a good camera, but the setup itself is like down there, and it's not great for like connecting to the
Yeah.
internet and Wi-Fi. And I've just got this horrible bit of daylight here that just I either look like Nosferatu or Gollum. So
Yeah.
I have two options. But what I was going to say was everything's like you got the legs, the bodies, the heads all attached. But what I appreciate is in the actual arm joint, it says like one, and then the arm say one on its
Nice.
so you know roughly which arms go with what, or at least you're not going like, does he have that gun or does he have that gun? It's like, no, it tells you exactly what you need to know, and it's
That's
all done
good.
in Roman numerals, which I do appreciate too. So yes, thank you, Hoplite Studios, for making this so much easier for me. Love it.
It is
Okay.
nice to be fair. But they do that in Necromunda as well, don't they? They have it because I've got one or two Necromunda
Ooh,
gangs. I've
dunno.
always found that you open the kit up and it's a sprue of just like you have a wrist and a hand and an elbow
Yeah.
and an upper arm, and you're like, oh my god! But then it's all actually
Yeah.
labeled quite nicely, which doesn't seem to transfer to other mainline kits as much. And it's just like, why?
No,
Like,
It doesn't transfer to the Baneblade, I can tell you that for free.
Which one?
Just
all of them.
having now assembled 4 of those, I prefer the numbers being on the sprues than being on the piece.
Yeah.
I think because most of the newer kits, the numbers are on the sprues next to the pieces you need.
mm,
So my eye goes to the sprue. But then when you're assembling older kits, especially bigger ones, the numbers go on the pieces or there are no numbers. So you kind of get
Yeah.
spoiled by the more recent releases because everything is clearly labeled. And then you go back to an older one and it's like, oh, there's nothing on here. Oh, no, wait, no, it's on the wheel itself. Okay, that's fine. Now, which bit is this? Oh, there's no sort of indication as to what that's called at all. And it just sort of flicks back and forth. It makes going from like older to newer kits really weird and jarring. So,
Yeah.
Curious, can I ask you a question?
yeah.
Have you ever followed an instruction manual for a model kit ever? Does this really concern you? Because normally they just like throw shit together.
How dare you? I've built like some stuff.
At least maybe 3 times. Maybe 3 times. The rest of it, just like the bit's going there, that's gonna go on here, the turret's gonna go here. It should be on this piece. It's like in the bin because I'm not using that one now.
I feel like I get like a bad rap because of the Mega Gargants. But to be fair, with the first AOS army I did, most of that was like as it suggested. Like most of that army was just put it together how it's supposed to go together, with a couple of examples that were a little bit different. But most of all,
I mean, isn't one like
Mostly.
a Maggot Kid thing with like a Bone Reaper tower on its head and then some other stuff?
well, yeah, with the Mega Gargants, almost nothing was put together via the instructions. But
oh,
like-
of course, the smaller Gargants, yes.
yeah, the smaller ones actually
That's
no,
the
even-
3 kits
no,
I mentioned.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I do have, you know what? I'm going to grab the prime example of this because it's still one of my favourite things. And I haven't painted it yet because I'm scared of it.
I was only
Um,
joking. I say Kurt's going to come out with 3 kits now. 3 kits. Like, look, I built these properly. See?
Oh no, this is one of the ones where
Defending
it
himself
just is
now.
nothing
Actually,
like
it's
what it's meant to
4.
be. So this thing is still my favourite thing I've made. But
That's
Oh,
so
yeah.
sick.
that is really cool, to be fair.
But what instructions did you use?
none, absolutely none. There are no instructions for this one at all. It's like the body of a zombie dragon, but then I've got
Yeah.
wings off Stormcast stuff and
Yeah.
Demon Prince Sword.
Demon Prince sword. Also, Demon Prince backpack
Ooh.
Oh, and then
vent,
some
but
AOS
used as an
terrain
arm
thing.
with a Ossiarch. What is it called? The Mortarch? What is it? The sort of floaty bone dude with the weird energy wings and 2 swords. And I just stuck that on the end of it, so it looks like an arm. Morghast, that's it. And then there's some scenery on the back and some candles, because I was still enjoying candles back then, not like now.
You've ruined that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I've ruined that.
Yeah, too much of a good thing.
Oh man. Well,
But yeah, that's the prime example of not following the instructions, because that was just, I want to use this, but I've used the wings for something else. What do I do? I'll just put a bunch of stuff together and see if I can make something cool, and it ended up as that, which I'm happy with, but I also don't want to paint it because it's horrendous.
It's tricky sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a nightmare, so it just stays half primed, because one day I was like, no, I'm going to do this, and then I ran out of black spray mid-priming it, put it back on the shelf once it was dry, and then once a month I look at it and go, I should finish that, and then I go, nah, I'm good. I've got other stuff to paint.
If I may just jump in a sec, guys. I've been waiting for a nice opportunity to jump in and be like, oh, we're 20 quid away from our £1,000 milestone. Like, who could tip us over that? And I've just seen we're now we've jumped up to £1,630. We have had a couple of massive donations in the past few minutes, which is honestly just staggering. I'll quickly do the ones first for the polls, because we've had a wild vote come out. £300 for Dark Eldar from nobody. So
Actually,
that's
nice.
Literally from nobody.
That's a choice.
That's how many fans it has.
Nice.
I can respect that. I can respect that. It's a good
They are
choice.
now in the lead by a considerable margin. We have had
Especially that
Jace
2 times
voted for
modifier.
Leagues of Votan, 25 quid. Nice, respectable there. Evil Advisor for Chaos. So, Kirioth, your pitch clearly went well. Merlin models for Imperium of Man, and just saying nice to be involved and see that none of us are living miserably, which is lovely. I'm assuming the anonymous donation was you, Kirioth, that says vote Chaos, you fools.
It was. I put my name in, but it didn't go through.
Oh, fair enough.
Nice.
And then T and Minis as well voted a tenner as well. So yeah, we've blasted through the £1,000 milestone a hell of a lot quicker than I was expecting. That's
crazy.
For sure.
Amazing work, gang.
That's really
amazing.
Good.
And if chat think about it, it's only £200 to get it to 2K because it's been doubled.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Just saying.
It's being doubled.
To get to what level? 200k?
200.
I think did I hear you wrong, or was your maths a bit off there?
No, it's 200 to 2K, right? Did I say 200k?
No,
I think you did say
£200 to 2K. I think is what you meant, right?
Okay, right. It's me. Forget me. I'm getting too caught up and excited. But no, with us hitting the
I mean, we can
£1,000
try.
milestone,
Chat
we
collectively.
can
do
try.
it.
Yeah, we can. We'll keep streaming. But every
Hoplite is going to
donate,
bankrupt
Kirioth
themselves
has to
for
add
it, but
one
it's
more
worth it.
candle to.
No, I've still got 45 to stick on it before I send it to the person who won it. There's no way.
I can't wait for it to turn up and them open it up, be all excited, and actually see that those 45 candles are just in a massive blob of hot glue, like just in the centre. Just like that'll do.
It's not hot glue. That's just wax. It's just wax.
Just eat a load of baby bells and just mold it together. Sorry, go on.
But I was just gonna say, with the £1,000, I'll just read out a few examples of the prizes that have now been added, because that is our first goal. There was already 10 $50 digital gift cards for Hoplite Game Studios, but there is now a couple of things like the Death Division Earthshaker Siege Tank, which is very, very nice. There's an Undead Triceratops, which has been added. There's an Airborne Drop Division Infantry Squad, the Winter Adventure family kit, which looks like a nice little selection of like RPG minis there. A couple of Giants Throwing a Rock, Desert Hawks Advanced Team. There's a whole range of physical kits which have now been added, and like you've seen Kirioth and Peachy open up, they'll arrive packaged from Hoplite Game Studios to our lucky winners. So yeah, thanks very much guys for donating, getting those into the prize draw, and yeah, keep an eye on the bottom panel. We've got rotations of the various prizes just flicking through as we go through the stream. So that's what you're now going to be able to win as well. Get your name into the prize draw. It's free.
It is amazing. I've got to say, these kits are amazing, by the way. I'm just having fun building them now. Having fun building them. Really, really good.
They are really nice, and like
so many options.
I realised in a madness last night, I said this to you guys earlier, but it'd be really nice for us all to come on the stream and do some like painting together of these minis. And it's like, obviously we're all going to arrive unassembled. So I actually did a bit of a cheaty thing, and here's one I made earlier last night while I was trying
Santa's
to.
disappointed.
So this is where's the actual name of it? Hang on. This is Gutbracker, who is the first like green skin orc model I've ever actually put together. And if I can get
that's cool.
I can get to focus.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I'm not doing this justice at all.
Hide your eyes. That's the trick. Hide your eyes with your hand.
There you go. Close your eyeballs.
Come on. Oh
Now-
my word.
And now you clap, and then you try and lick your nose and your chin.
Yeah.
What, while holding
Give it
this,
to
yeah?
me.
While
Yeah.
holding this. But no, just to like, I'm not doing this justice at all, to be fair. So I'm gonna stop embarrassing everyone. But needless to say, it's an absolutely beautiful like resin sculpt. Could use it for so many different things. I like to think that he's got a big like double-barreled nail gun, which is nice and chunky there. And yeah, just to try and pick out the details, I just primed it, then put a bit of wash and dry brushed it, and honestly, it looks fantastic. Like, genuinely, the level of detail actually on it, I think it's going to do really well with some like speed paints, contrast paints, that sort of thing. So dead easy just to put together and get some paint on. I would try and paint it during the stream, but I'm getting far too distracted by everything. So
Yeah.
I'm also worried about spilling null oil on my PC. That would be a travesty, but
And then
we'll see.
Whilst we've got you, Charlie, then I know a little bit about Calm because I did some of the 40 hours of 40k things over the last couple of years. But for those
Yes,
who
of
don't,
course.
then why not? That's a good opportunity, really, I suppose, to tell us a little bit about what it is we're raising money for here, right? So Calm is obviously is a campaign against living miserably, right? And yeah, fill me in some deets. Fill me in.
Right,
What's the
let's
deal?
get into pitch mode.
Pitch. Come
mode,
on,
shall we?
pitch time. Yeah.
No
pressure.
Yeah,
Boss is watching.
Thanks, honestly. So, Campaign Against Living Miserably is a full title, better known as Calm. It's a suicide prevention charity based primarily in the UK, but a lot of our resources are online and accessible around the world as well. We do have a very interventionist helpline, which is like the main thing for people that are at that point of crisis that need help now to help them get home safely or wherever else they might be. And we also have a lot of tools to help people getting to that point. So if people are worried about money or financial problems, we've got guides and best practice advice on that. If people are worried about relationships, making friends, going out and socializing, just how to eat healthy, how to keep moving. There's guides, there's all sorts of things than they ever have been. A couple of unpleasant stats, but they really highlight the issue of why we are doing this. 1 in 5 of us in our lives will have suicidal thoughts. That's not across, men, women, middle-aged people. It's just 1 in 5 people. So, you can count how many people are on this call at the minute and use that as an easy visualization. And it is also, with the current statistics, somebody dies in the UK by suicide every 90 minutes, which is quite alarming to actually think about when you think how that adds up over a year and period of time. So Calm services do save people's lives. They do help people avoid getting to that place where they feel that suicide is their only option, and then they help people that are at that place as well, and also people that may be bereaved by suicide. If they've lost a friend or a family member or a colleague, anyone in their life, Calm is there to offer that support and help as well to those people. So we really do want to make suicide a national cause because it is a national issue. And yeah, getting people together to talk about it, bring it into the open, not be, ashamed or afraid to mention it, but actually bringing it up so you can ask people, are you having issues at the minute? Are you thinking that you are suicidal? Is one of the best ways to confront it. So all of the money raised is going towards our services, things like the helpline that I've mentioned. It's £12.20 to fund one life-saving call. So towards the end of stream, we'll be working out roughly how many calls we've raised money for, and yeah, we're just trying our best to be there for people that need us. Trying to help out, be in the spaces that people are in already, talk to them the way that they're already speaking to people. Not nanny them or speak down to them as if need wrapping in cotton wool, but just talk to people how they are normally to try and save lives ultimately. Yeah, we definitely try to be, and honestly, that's one of the reasons why we look at so many different normal cultural things. We really wanted to take a big leap into the wargaming and modelling hobby this year because, like you mentioned, 40 hours of 40k, and a few other people have done different things for us before, but we got speaking to more and more people, chatting to yourselves when we had our original meetings and stuff, and other people as well, and it became so apparent that there was so many people that had some sort of experience with suicide, whether it was first hand, second hand, or friend of a friend. It touches so many people, and listening to the stories of how people find solace in the hobby, and how they find that peace of mind, that enjoyment, that way to unwind after work. It's something that we really did want to celebrate and really lean into, and having you guys on board and hopefully showing what this community can do, because it is such a powerful community. Like the people that play Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Bolt Action, Trench Crusade that's coming up, there's such a massive sense of togetherness, and it really brings people together in one space to talk about a shared interest. And fighting loneliness is one of the best ways to prevent suicide. So celebrating hobbies like this and putting our backs behind it and recognizing the value that you guys bring from talking about the hobby and bring it into people's lives is something we wanted to celebrate and do as well. So as much as this is all in aid of us, we also want to say thank you to you guys, your audiences, your communities, and everyone involved in the hobby for looking out for each other. The amount of mates I've had from being down at my local club that have been like, "Oh, you seem a bit off this week, mate. Is stuff all right? I've got things going on." Just opens up conversations in a natural manner, and it's a really, really valuable thing to be able to do. So, yeah, I mean, what does the hobby mean to you guys? I know chatting to a few of you already in one-on-one conversations or stuff, you've said how it kind of resonates with yourself. Obviously, share as much or as little as you'd like, but I think talking about how useful the hobby can be for your own mental health is a massive, massive benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing the hobby for years, and it's a really nice sort of place for me to I guess find an oasis of peace sometimes. Certainly when I had Charlie when he was very young, because having a small kid and you've never had a child before, it is quite a shock to the system, and I certainly
Just a
didn't
bit.
Yeah. And I didn't do much hobby at all in the first probably at least 3 months, probably a little bit dabbled here and there, and it did take its toll on your sort of mental health, because it was just get up, sort out the nappy, make sure the kid stays alive for a day, try and get some sleep where you can, repeat, rinse, and then obviously learning a new craft at workshop, because at workshop at that time I was starting to do the presenting stuff, so there was a lot of pressure on that. So that was all work, baby, work, baby. It was just really intense. But yeah, finding an oasis of time where I can just sit down and be in my thoughts. But sometimes then it can be a double-edged sword, because you're in your own thoughts, and I overthink things quite a lot.
Yeah.
So having a friend to reach out to who's also like streaming or whatever, or You just have your mates around for like a hobby evening, stuff like that. That you're still getting that kick of like having the hobby and doing something creative and relaxing, but you're also doing it with a mate and you can chat. Whereas late night, let's say it's 2 o'clock, he's managed to sleep for half an hour, and I started doing like a little bit of hobby because I used to have him in the dining room, and that's where my desk was at the time, so I can keep an eye on him. And you're just there like finally going, oh, hang on, is he alive? So you like start like checking out because there's no breathing and stuff like that. Then you get back into your thoughts and you're like, oh, I'm a rubbish dad because I should be actually like keeping an eye on him. You're like, no, you've been doing it for like 12 hours straight. You're fine. You can have 10 minutes building a Cadian. It's okay, Peach.
Yeah.
You start like getting into your own mind sometimes, and it can be quite dangerous. I'm not saying the hobby is dangerous, but like me personally being in my own thoughts can sometimes be an overthinking ADHD idiot. And having a platform where I can talk to people. I mean, Jugs, we have a podcast at the moment, me, Louise, and Rob, and we approach like mental health quite a lot because it is a stigma. And even like now, I mean, I've had like issues in the past when like my last year of workshop was tough, and I'm of that era where you don't talk about your problems. You bottle them. You force them right down deep, and you don't let anyone know about it. That's what you do. That's what real men do, and unfortunately, that's probably adds to the statistic because you have no venting, you have no way of like being able to communicate and deal with it, and then you just bottle up all these problems, and then before you know it, it gets too much. So it was hard for me to reach out and talk to people. I found that really difficult, but once I did, it became quite a common thing, and I do air my views a lot more, and because one of the biggest things, you don't look like you're being a bit of a pathetic idiot whinging about something. But well, if I don't talk about it, then no one knows where my head's at, and people might just think I'm being a bit standoffish today, or I'm just being a bit miserable or whatever, when actually once they have a bit of an idea what's kicking through your brain. So I've taken up too much screen time waffling on, but
no, not at all,
Nope.
at all, mate.
I just
disagree.
Yeah, just to say to you, Peachy, like literally everything you've just said then, I'm like in the middle of that right now, right? I've got a new baby in the house. Like I have, my own shop and job, and my YouTube time or painting time is like when he's gone to bed now. So 10:30 until 2 in the morning or something. And you spend a lot of time on your own, right? And it's a difficult journey. And not just to make it about, like kids and babies and life. It's the same for everybody with everything, isn't it? And we all have different things that affect us quite differently. For myself, similar journey to pretty much reiterate exactly everything you just said there, right? Like I'm hobbling on my own. So already I'm sort of isolated from my friends and my family as well. So that my pool has gotten smaller of people I would talk to normally. And so I'm very lucky to have a couple of friends who also have kids. Actually, I think for a little while I was probably chatting to you at like 1 in the morning, right? Like a couple of months ago, because I'm just awake and I'm just, hey, I've been, I don't, we've met a couple of times and stuff, but it was exactly that. It's just chatting to someone, just, oh God, I haven't been to bed for 8 months now, and so that's really tough. And like, and it's a total life-changing experience, isn't it? And your whole world gets a little bit smaller, and it's very easy then to fall into. I'm fortunately, I'm quite good at sort of self-recognizing those patterns of sort of isolating or distancing yourself a little bit. Like I say, people might think you're being standoffish or having a bad day or whatever, but I tend to go. My reaction would be, the phone rings. It's someone I would normally talk to. Just go, oh God, not today. Do you know what I mean? Just ignore.
Yeah.
And as that slips, a couple of friends say, hey, you're being a little too quiet. What's happening? I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then it's so much better just to talk about it. So I chat with Benji from Benji's Hobbies, and we chat, or Lachlan from Zorb, and we all chat. We've all got kids similar age or babies, whatever. That chat is constantly going every day, just kind of a shitty day about whatever, or a good day or a bad day, or and then but it affects all things in life, doesn't it? A bad day makes work harder, and all the other stresses and pressures that come with life, and it all kind of compounds into this big ball of like, just don't speak about it. And I, the same as you, like I just sort of buckle down, carry on, don't want to whinge, even though I did put one post out a couple of months ago, actually, just trying to say like, if you're feeling low, talk to people. I just said, but I don't feel like my problems are a big deal in comparison to other people's problems, right? Because you don't know. But I suppose we're all on our own journeys, really. This is very deep, by the way, I feel like. Do you know what, bugger? It's 2 in the afternoon, and it's where we're at. But I just feel like, we're all on our own journeys, really, with stuff going on. And I honestly, people Like I've worked in social care for a long time, and I think just talking to people is so important, no matter who that is.
Yeah.
So if you're feeling like you're at your last leg and whatever, you're distancing yourself from family or work or friends, that's what charities like this are for. You know, just literally, and that's the burn diary thing. I've not really heard that as an idea, but just to express the thoughts, then gone. Like you feel so much better. I always feel better just talking about it. I feel better now just talking about it.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
you know, I had a
yeah.
shitty night last night, so here I am now, and it's a good place to vent. And I know I don't know, you know, all of you guys particularly well or at all, but you know, I think we probably all have YouTube channels or that for the same reasons. Right?
Yeah, mine's massive.
Yeah, but you know, I started my channel for that reason. I want people to have the same experiences I had when I was a kid, or a place to express things, or to make people's days a little bit better. You know, I like to think I do a video, and one person might go, do you know what, made my Monday, or I just feel better, but whatever. That's like the whole point, really. I know it's whatever, but that's my whole point, and I'm sure it's the same for all of us, really. So yeah, I don't know, just a good charity cause, really, and just a good thing. I think. Keep on top of the old brain, right? Because things can spiral if
it's all about it's all about awareness, right? It's just like, even if you feel you personally don't need it right now, you know where to go if someone does say to you, oh mate, I'm having a bit of a rough one, you know, oh mate, something's happened, for example. It's never like a phone call or a text you ever want to hear or receive, but it's like, if you're not personally needing it, knowing that something there in case someone else does is one of the main things. Which is like really good. It's just like that's probably, I imagine, I might be speaking for Charlie here, but probably one of the hardest things of charities is just making people aware of it being a thing that's available to anyone who needs it. But yeah, just like to reiterate what Ollie and Peachy have both said, like the thing is with like hobbying, right? It's like, yeah, you can be alone and getting your own thoughts, but it's also one of those things that's just like super distracting as well. You can just kind of get lost in it for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But then the other thing is like, not just like hobbying, it's like Warhammer or tabletop games or anything like that. It doesn't matter what brand of tabletop game you're playing. It's one of the last, or I think it's one of the last few hobbies or activities outside of like maybe sports or something like that is like in person, which I really value. Because like, don't get me wrong, some may know me as a professional gamer and some may know me as a terrible gamer, but I play a lot of video games, you know, and it used to be like 15 years ago, show me age, but it used to be meeting up with your friends and playing together. Maybe not 15 years ago, maybe a few more than that. I'm coping now. But like, you know, like 20 years ago, more realistically, it was like meeting up and playing, but now it's online at home on your computer or on your PlayStation or Xbox or whatever. And it's like, while you might be in a voice chat and just chilling and having a good time with your mates, it might not feel like, or people might be weirded out by like bringing that up in conversation. Whereas like in person, it's so much easier to be like, well, one, read someone else's body language, because obviously that's something that's missing when you're on a voice chat online or whatever. Which is not like, I'm not saying it's completely useless, but it's obviously much easier to read someone in person. But like, there isn't many outlets like that left, I would say, that a lot of people get involved with. So like, I found with Warhammer, for me, it was one of those things that got me out of the house for a start, because like, I've never had to use any helpline, but I've always, like, Karma's always been there in the back of my mind. But I started a YouTube channel when I was in like a really low spot, as just like something else to do, just to keep myself busy, because I was playing games and then not focusing. I was like doing a job that I didn't enjoy. I'd gone through like a really serious breakup and it was really awful. But then I found like Warhammer, I found people that I became really close with. Some of my closest friends I've met through Warhammer now. And we've like been friends for like 15, 20 years, like I say, you know, and it's like, and then the channel just became like a vessel for me as a creative outlet. But yeah, just the whole point it's just like, I just want to make someone else smile that day. Because if I'm having a bad day, you know, maybe I can make someone else's day a little bit better, you know? And yeah, like, it's just one of those things. It's just like tabletop games. It's just like so many aspects. But like the hobby in yourself, you can like get lost in it. And if you are feeling like you struggle, you can go and play a game, which you get lost in that, and also be with a friend. Even if you're not talking about it, at least you've got like company in person, which is like something I really value.
Yeah, definitely. And like, it's I think it's really interesting what you said as well, because like, there are so many different things that, you know, you can go out and do stuff in person all the time. You know, you can meet up at the pub, you can meet up in restaurants or whatever, play sports, but everything's becoming increasingly expensive. And
Yeah, for
this
sure.
might sound wild to say as someone who, you know, can see like we're all here painting plastic or resin figures, which are a luxury product. They definitely are, you know, not trying to say that they're not by any means. But I always say to people, it's something that you've got for life. Like I take a huge amount of enjoyment out of my cabinet behind me. In my old place, we had it in the living room. Bless my partner for having the patience to have that in the middle of the living room, but she did. And I used to find myself on an evening just going and standing in front of it and just looking at the stuff that I've painted, because it's a skill that I was always terrible at. Arts and crafts. Always been atrocious at like painting and drawing. I mean, I still can't draw to save my life, but you know, there were always things that were really bad for me. And over the probably 4 years that I've been doing it, I can actually look at the progression that I've made and feel pride in myself, in like how I've come on from my first Space Marine model that was, you know, all blotchy and awful, to something now that's detailed and intricate and, you know, way beyond what I ever thought I could do. And then you can take it into a club or get mates around to your house and you can play games with people, and people will just come up and will chat to me like, oh, did you paint that? And it's like, yeah, I did that. And you can just stand and have a talk, an appreciation about like a mutual interest. Because like I think most people that are into like tabletop wargaming, same with tabletop RPGs, are pretty into them. You know, people want to talk about them. They want to share that experience. They want to actually find that connection with other people through the medium. And it's such an easy way to start conversations and open up a new friendship, a new relationship straight off the bat, where, you know, is potentially difficult in other settings. It's just more natural to and easy to speak about things.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
100%.
finding friends is not like as you get older, it's definitely one of those more difficult things. But having like, as you say, like an in-person meetup or randomly meeting people from no matter what walk of life they're from, you know, I know people who play Warhammer that don't have a job. I know people who are like bank managers. You know what I mean? It just could be like anyone of any background can play and have some like common ground to talk about something, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Common interest is like one of the biggest things for just forming an instant connection with someone. And like I know, Mikey, you know, I'm absolutely riddled with anxiety to an insane degree. Like having just a thing where you can just go, I like this thing that you also like, that gets rid of half of it.
Yeah.
Straight away. There's a common interest. There's something to connect with straight away, and it doesn't require an in the moment awareness, which is something I'm aware I lack. And it's a way of just connecting to people that you've never met before, who you can then go on to have, you know, countless long and quite often meaningful conversation with, that otherwise you might struggle to form that connection. When it comes to like just calm in general and suicide prevention and stuff, I've talked about my issues with depression and stuff quite a lot on the channel, and like in podcasts and stuff, I've made reference to hobbying being like a little oasis of calm, where for me it's nothing exists outside of this space. So I've got whatever kits I'm building, I've got whatever I'm painting, and the outside world just for a little bit goes away. And I don't find myself kind of retreating into my own head. I find myself just focusing on what's in front of me, which is hugely valuable. And it's something that is borderline a second form of therapy after actual therapy, which I've kind of been having on and off for years due to just, you know, chronic depression and issues with depression, anxiety, and so on. And the kind of one repeating point where I can go back to any day of the week is, I have this thing to paint, and if I sit down and paint it, then all the stuff that's loud, all the stuff that is overbearing, that's heavy, that is just sticking in the back of my head, that gets pushed away for a little bit. There's only this. There's just the model, and there's nothing else. Even if it's for half an hour, and getting that space just for a little while is hugely valuable. But it's also sometimes not enough to completely offset if you're in a really bad place. And like I've had issues with ideation before. Usually only in like the worst depressive episodes, but it's the kind of thing that creeps up on you where you kind of start out thinking the for me the usual things for a depressive episode where everything goes grey and colourless and there's not really any excitement, but there's not any sadness either. Everything's just lifeless and dull, and nothing impacts you in the way it should because there's just a general, I think it's like malaise, I think is the word, where
Mm.
nothing means anything. And
Yeah,
it's when you get
everything is nothing. Yeah.
yes, exactly. And I find that if I get to that stage, that tends to be the worst because that's when insidious thoughts end up making the most sense. That's where you kind of get to the point of, well, I can see that my complete lack of reaction to anything, my inability to feel joy or even anger or upset is negatively impacting people around me. It's almost like you go into a cold, logical state, except the logic isn't real.
Mm.
It's effectively a lie that is just being recycled and is loud enough to drown everything else out. And that's when I have issues with ideation the most, because I will sit there and go, okay, pros and cons. If I wasn't here anymore, what
Mm.
would be the pros of that? Okay, well, the pros would be my family wouldn't have to deal with me anymore. They wouldn't have to look after me. They wouldn't have to be worried about me. They wouldn't have to wake up in the morning thinking, are they better? Are they not better? Like, there would be a lot of things that would be a lot easier for a lot of people if I was no longer here. What are
Mm.
the cons? And then it becomes like this really odd balancing act between what is good and bad about something irreversible that would cause significant harm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the point where it gets super dangerous. And if you don't have people around you to go, you're not right and you need to get help immediately, it can be very easy to fall into that. But like with calm, with suicide prevention as a whole, there's always an option to have someone look at that for you. Because one of the
Mm.
main things is the isolation. Like depression especially is a really horrendous illness because it forces you to believe that there's no one else who feels the way you feel.
Mm.
It isolates you from everyone else, which is an absolute lie. Like, you can look up statistics about depression. You can look up statistics about anxiety, about, like attempted suicide rates, and know that actually, no, you're not the only person who feels like this. It is a genuine, serious issue globally, but it doesn't get as much attention as a lot of other things do. But it makes you feel like you're the only one. Like, there's no
Yeah.
way of relating that to other people. So, like, calm is invaluable because of the fact that you can tell me that I'm being completely off base here, Charlie, but I feel like one of the main things with calm is the letting people know that they are not in fact alone, that there is a way to deal with it, and that there is something to look forward to going forwards, as opposed to just kind of going, well, I'm the only one who feels like they should, leave this particular stage of life, and that's it. So I might as well. Like, calm is standing against all of that, as well as just the kind of in the moment impulse. It's also trying to get people to move forward consistently and
Long term help.
long term. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's it's strange to say because even working at Calm and obviously dealing with it every day and talking about statistics, talking about the stigmas and different things, like you said, it is still a very stigmatized issue. But when you're seeing the statistics of 1 in 5 people will have suicidal thoughts, it it's not something that is in a way that's almost awful to say. It's not something that is abnormal. Like if it's 1 in 5 people, that that is a normal part of like human life in some way, and it's being able to talk about that openly and honestly and say, well, there is no shame in how you're feeling. There is no stigma that you should feel, you know, that like, oh, you're wrong, something's wrong with you, you're broken for feeling this way. It's something that, you know, there is a high chance of happening to people at different stages of life, and it's about how the support is there when those feelings arise, when those periods happen, and like you say, reassuring people that you're not the only person that feels this way. You're not the only one that is going through this. And in a strangely nice way, hopefully that gives people the encouragement to talk about it, to be open, to seek for help without feeling judged, and get to the services that can assist them. I mean, obviously, the helpline is very much what we call the pointy end of the suicidal spectrum, where people are in that point of crisis and need the immediate interventionist help now. But there's a whole range of things that we do trying to bring people together, trying to speak to people and be really user led to understand what people want and what can help them. We really try to avoid saying things like, oh, you know, we can help you by doing this. We want to develop our tools and what we can offer to people as a service by listening to how people want the help, what people need. And, you know, sometimes people might not realize what they do actually need in the moment. But that's why we look at research. We have our own insights natural research team at Calm that is constantly doing surveys and analysis and different bits of feedback. It's how we developed the creator mental health toolkit, which we've helped release as part of this year's Jingle Jam, funded largely by last year's Jingle Jam. We spoke to creators. We just didn't look at it and go, well, we know there's a problem, we know what you need. We spent months going back and forth, interviewing creators, working with them, trying to build this picture of what would help them and what would be useful for them into a product which, now that we've put it out there, has been well received and hopefully will be very beneficial to a lot of people. So yeah, trying to sort of bring people together to show that it's not abnormal, it's not something that should be kept in the shadows and, you know, stamped down with to not talk about. It's something that people will go through, and talking about it is one of the best ways to combat it. You know, just on that note, thank you so much for sharing your story and, you know, your own experiences so in depth. It really is testaments like this and conversations like this that, you know, we had a little bit of an agenda before the stream. We said we're going to touch on a few things, but nowhere did we kind of say that we're going to go into this level of detail or depth with personal stories. And it's just come about naturally as five guys having a chat, doing a bit of painting, a bit of modeling, whatever, talking rubbish. And, you know, we're here having an open conversation that, you know, I can't remember the last time I had a conversation like this with people just in general. So it's part of the power of the hobby and just bringing people together in these spaces where they feel comfortable to talk.
Yeah, well done, mate.
Yeah, I would say as well that that it seems to be, I don't know if it's a hobby community thing or not. I mean, I've had many jobs in different places and I've been around many different sort of social groups and stuff like that. Whether that's like the farming community or working in like supermarket retail and stuff like that. You never really had those kind of like mentalities to open up and chat to people. Whereas I think the certainly the wargaming community feels a little bit more like open-minded, and I don't know if that's just a perception that as I've grown up I've noticed, or if that is generally like people in the hobby are a little bit more chilled and ready to listen and this, that, and the other. Because certainly in the farming community, and whether that's trout farming, dairy farming, you complain about like your gammy knee, they don't care, they're not interested. They're like, oh, you got another one, walk it off. So it's that kind of thing, like, you know, it could be a generational thing, it could be like potentially like the environment you're in, like the working environment. There's almost that stigma there as well.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
something I've definitely noticed in the last 5-6 years, that like the community is very open to listening to people's problems and want to do charity streams and want to put posts out to, you know, remind people to reach out to someone and stuff like that. And that's not something I've ever noticed in all the years of like working in different jobs, college, university, school, stuff like that, certainly from my era. And that could be, again, it's a generational thing as well, I think, there, because certainly my dad and his dad would not talk about their problems, and I bet they wish they did now, because like my dad's had all sorts of things crack off with him over the years and whatever, and that's, you know, like bottling up stuff and then getting a stroke because he was so stressed out he didn't know who to talk to or whatever. But yeah, I think the hobby community itself is such an opening, welcoming community. And I know that you get the odd drama with like gatekeeping and this, that, and the other, but even then, everyone still wants to, you know, not leave someone. Well, I say not leave someone out, but certainly from a mental health point of view, everyone wants to try and help folks out, whether that's in their own little communities or niches or whatever. It's definitely encouraging to see, I think, that, and it could be everywhere else. Obviously I'm just stuck in this environment for the foreseeable. So I've certainly noticed it more from my experiences of like doing lots of different jobs and stuff. And I don't know about you guys, because I mean, I worked at workshop for 20 years, so I was stuck in that environment for a long, long time. But I'm pretty certain you guys have done varied jobs and whatever. I mean, was it the same for you? Have you noticed the community is more open to these kind of things, or is it just me just being stuck in a little cave in a bubble? I don't know. Maybe.
No, I do agree. I'm from like my older day trade before I did a silly online job was engineering. So it's just like a very similar vibe, you know, very, very classic in terms of like dealing with mental health of, you know, we don't talk about that, you know, we need this job doing, so shut up and crack on.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So, yeah, definitely resonate with what you said about the gammy knee, especially.
Yeah, I think I'd be the same. It's definitely a generational thing, right? Probably.
Yeah,
like say,
yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
I don't think my dad, you know, was never like, oh, you know, talking about whatever. More so now, though. Now we're older. Do you know what I mean? I think it's more like acceptable, sort of.
Yeah.
Talk about stuff like that now. I feel like as I've gotten older, I also now see, you know, things that you wouldn't notice when you were younger. As you get older, you know, you learn a lot, don't you? And I've always worked in quite like open-minded industries, in acting or social care and stuff like that. But even that is the same, you know. Like I think in something like social care, you have a lot of problems, but there's a lot of support there, you know. And I don't think it was always okay to say, hey, look, I'm having a bad day, because it negatively impacts someone else or someone you're caring for. So I think that was always a good thing there. I'd say something like a bit off key, I know, but a bit like acting or music. That's very much a case of like you're dealing with constant rejection, right? You're constantly being told no, or you're not good enough, or you don't look good enough, or you're weird looking, or whatever, right? And these are all kind of things, you know. I went for an audition and they were like, oh, we're looking for someone like unusually, unconventional looking. And I was like, oh, and they said, you're perfect. I was like, good. Doesn't make me feel good about myself. You know what I mean? So like, and then you say something, it's part of the course, really, and you just kind of get on with it. So, but even then, you're always around other people who have a similar mind frame. So I think we're very fortunate, really, in wargaming that or gaming, that people are there with this thing in common, and most people are there. I mean, actually, how many games do I play a year? Like 5, right? Between the shop and YouTube and the kid. Not even. Have I even played 5 games this year? No. So when I do play, I want to have a good time, right? And it's kind of always, and I'm sort of jumping points, but there's always like that myth about the guy, right? The person, the gatekeeping, whatever. Like I've met so few of them in 35 years.
Yeah, exactly.
They just don't really exist. Majority of people are there to have a good time. Lots of people now, as I get older, I'm playing with people, you know, like our demographic is probably 25 to 45 or something, right? Probably, generally. And, you know, a lot of people there have got life and jobs and works, and it's just an escapism, isn't it? You know, go away and sit and chat with randomers about Eldar, or how shit chaos are, or how bad Tau are, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to insult as many people as I can as quickly as possible. Any of those ones, right? How wrong they all are about their opinion and stuff like that, and they should be getting out of the industry. That's you know what I mean. So I think it's really important, and it's so good that like having something in common, like even say like, we don't know each other, but literally sat here and like all said about life problems. You know, like would I do that to someone I don't know at whatever my old job or working in the petrol station? Probably not, right? Like
definitely not. No,
and they don't care, right?
Yeah.
So it's good, and I think also all being from the kind of the angle of where we're we're creating something, content or whatever, or videos, whatever you want to call them, that people can watch and take a little bit of something away. If it's 10 minutes out of someone's day in a week where they look forward to something, and there's 4 of us, that's an hour there. This one can just turn off and go, do you know what? I just watched some videos about something I love, and they can chat about it. So even like doing this is cool. This is just such a nice thing. So, so raising money and raising funds is a nice way for us to use the outlets that we all have access to, with whatever sizes or influence or whatever we have. It's lovely to be able to do that for other people, to be able to
Definitely
use that as a positive force, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed.
Literally any
absolutely.
time someone sends a message or replies to leaves a comment that just says, "I was having a bad day and this cheered me up," I'm like, okay, job done.
Yeah.
Job done. If one person says that, then I've done it.
Yeah.
The rest of it is nice, but that's
just
the
washes
bit
over.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And it is hard, you don't always, not everything's always endlessly positive, so that has a knock-on effect. I don't always find YouTube to be good for my mental state, to be honest. I find it can be, if I'm in a low spot and
we need a longer live stream for how good YouTube is for the mental health of the people making the actual content. That requires...
It's good. Some days it's very, very bad, right? I know, and I think I've had to learn to really like separate things a little bit there. If I'm on a bad day, you might get 100 nice things and 5 horrible things, or 2 horrible things. They stick with that. I can be in Tesco and just read my phone. So being able to disconnect now, I can just put my phone on, read a comment, and it says, you're shit. And then you feel whatever, This is me off, and I'm walking around Tesco and I'm like, this is bad. I don't feel good about that. So I've had to learn to try and sort of compartmentalize that element of it, because social media in general now isn't always positive for everybody, right? As much as we want to be positive forces, the YouTube and the Instagram, my God, I'm so old. The Instagram and
sound like you're early, mate.
All them gifs and memes, they all, not everything is always positive, right? And the internet in general doesn't really, it tries to push that negative aspect, and that's what gets pushed to the forefront a lot, I think. But sometimes you can lose yourself in that too. So again, having a space away from that, and that's why you were saying, Mike, earlier about being able to meet and talk to people, can be important. It brings everything back to reality, right? These things and these things you see on the internet, from whatever aspect, aren't always real,
Yeah,
definitely. I just deleted Twitter off my phone. That helped.
I think my ban list on YouTube and my shadow hidden is an ever increasing list now of people. But I don't want other people to have to deal with that, nor myself. And
that's something else as well. Like when it comes to YouTube, especially, if you have the ability or if you have the support, making your comment section a nice place is. Like, I'm not going to say it's a necessity, because it's not something everyone can do, but not everyone has the time or ability to go through comments that are like otherwise really unpleasant to read. If you are able to do that, I have never once clicked hide user and then thought, I shouldn't have done that. Each time I've been like, this person has said something so unpleasant that I've not even thought twice. I've just got rid. Like, no one needs to read that. I don't know what they were trying to achieve posting it in the first place. There's just no reason for that level of negativity to just be out in the world. And it sounds like, I don't know if it sounds bad or not, but I remember a friend of mine being like, do you not think it's a bit harsh just like getting rid of people who are being super negative? And I was like, well, the last comment I hid was so full of negativity, and it was so like personally targeted, that I didn't see the value in allowing it to stay. And at the end of the day, it sounds really harsh and really mean in some ways, but it's also very true. Someone's YouTube channel is not a platform for someone to just say what they like. It's in a weird way, it's not a democracy, it's a dictatorship, but it's a benign one. Because if you say something that's like, I don't agree with, that's totally fine. If you rail off a load of awful words at someone, you're gone. Because why would you want to say that in the first place? And why would other people want to read it? It's the idea of, you can say what you like, but at the same time, if I read that and think someone is going to react really negatively to that, and with good reason, I just go, no, Thank you.
Well,
I don't.
It's also
you can
like you're doing it
go away.
to protect your viewers as well, aren't you? Because they're going to read
Yeah.
the comment section as well. So
Yeah.
in that regard, you know, you're not just
Mhm.
doing it for you; you're doing it for your community that you're trying to generate.
That's the thing. I mean, for the most part, my comment section is really nice. So when someone shows up just spewing abuse, I'm like, no, what are you doing? This is not. What are you doing? Go, leave, stop.
The thing I find really bizarre about it is like you do a video and you'll be like, you know, is this the best new game? And then someone will come in and they'll say something really harsh, like you're an idiot, you don't know anything about wargaming. I'm like, you could just not say that. I mean, would you walk past someone's house, just clock their front room and go, they painted their walls with magnolia, and I knock on the door and tell them that's a really bad choice? That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And I knock on their door and say, why have you painted your front room with magnolia?
Yeah.
That is a rubbish paint. I'm like, you don't do that. So why is this any different? I can't fathom. I find it intriguing.
It's just turned into a therapy session for all of us. It
I
feels like
think
it
so.
has.
A little bit.
We're all just like isolated people.
Thank you, calm. That's what I say. Thanks, calm.
We're all basically just like isolated people who sit and edit and work on videos at like I'm sure we all do videos at 2 a.m. and stuff when you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you know, so we're all just sat there clicking away on keyboards, like reading all this crap. And, you know, but I don't want other people to be subjected to stuff. And also an odd way, like, I guess people who write, I mean, some people write their stuff intentionally. I'm sure some people write their stuff. It's probably just better for them if you just remove it, rather than them getting involved in an endless fight, which isn't good for other people's mental health too, right?
Exactly.
Like when you see like a 100 reply long comment chain that is nothing but arguing, and I'm like, this is not good for you. It's not good for you. Someone should have gone, no, stop, go and do something else. You're literally just arguing in circles. There is no part of this where anyone has sat down and gone, do I need to be accused of being awful things on the internet? No, I'm going to stop. Instead, it just feeds and it just goes round and round and round. And it's one of the reasons where a lot of the things when it comes to social media, I will occasionally post something and then go, you know what? That's too negative.
Yeah.
It's mild, but it's negative. And I don't want that because someone's going to see it and reply. Then I'm going to go, well, I don't think that's correct. And I'm going to reply. And then they're going to reply. And really, it's not changing anything. It's not changing anyone. No one's going away from whatever conversation that could be and going, you know what? They're right. That wasn't a good film, show, game, whatever. No one's thinking that. I'm just going to get rid of it and shut my face and paint something because that's infinitely more healthy than being argumentative on the internet, which I feel like if there was more kind of a general acknowledgement of, is this a healthy use of brain power? Yes, no. Okay, I won't do it. It might just be better for everyone involved, to be honest.
Smart.
Hi guys, and it's the power of just getting people in a room and having a conversation. You know, turned into an impromptu therapy session, but it's good to hear the different range of experiences and thoughts and stuff, and actually be able to just chat about these things. I have been looking for where I could potentially cut it because we have hit over £2,000 now.
Oh wow!
Stream so far. We actually did it about a little while ago. Actually, it was.
I was going to say it was probably like half an hour ago, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
It was 20 minutes. The dashboard says, but there was no way I was interrupting everyone chatting. Thank you so much. I think the donations that have come in that I've maybe missed have been Travis K donated £50 towards the Imperium of Man 25 minutes ago. Hope you're still around. Thank you ever so much. Papaya Pariah donated another £100 towards Chaos this time. 5 minutes ago, Chris Newham donated a tenner towards Orcs, saying great stream and thank you. So currently, who's actually leading now? Still the Dark Eldar.
Good.
Dark Eldar, followed by Imperium, and now it is Chaos in second, third. Place.
Oh,
did Space Elves
then? What was that?
Get down, Chaos players.
Place for Chaos, and
I think
just let people
skinning
know.
and flaying is what we want at the top, right? That's what.
Yeah, 100%.
Papaya just bought Fabulous Bill and then got the new detachment yesterday. They're having a great time.
Well,
I've also
I don't have a Chaos Army anymore, so
what
am I even doing?
For all that.
Hey, We've got just over an hour left of the match donation. We're currently at £935 into the £2,000. So to anybody watching who is considering, your money
Now's the
will be
time.
doubled
Yep.
in the next, I said, an hour and 10 minutes or so. So if you're on the fence and you want to double your money towards a great cause, get the games collection, enter into the prize draw and boost it up, we're about just under £500 off getting the minis and the things that we're working on put into a prize draw as well.
Ooh.
So that can potentially be boosted up. And again, there is that nom sat there at the big £5,000 at the end. I know it seems a little way off at the minute, but might be able to get there. And I think it's 1,200 quid to get that actually made if you were to buy it yourself. So,
What?
if you
I want the
consider
nom. I want one. I want one.
I
was
want
going to
one.
say I want one.
I keep saying that it'll look
What a
lovely
phrase.
on the windowsill behind me. It will probably take up the length of the windowsill behind me
I'd clear
as
a
well.
shelf for the nom. Where would I put it?
I
There
think
you go.
I'd kick the baby out of the
Peachy,
crib
do you
and put it
fancy
in
a
there.
nom?
Put it in the
Fancy
wrap
nom
it
this
up at
afternoon or
night.
not?
Giving it a bottle feed at 2 in the morning. There you are, buddy. You stay safe.
Kids crying in corner, but the nom's comfy.
It's a hell of a piece.
It looks awesome.
It's so good.
Does anyone want a Fat Night update? Because I've got multiple
Oh, yeah.
layers of metallics here, and it's worked, which is always nice because I've not used these paints before. So I've got. Hang on.
Fat Night. Oh, they look great, don't
That's
they?
nice.
Hello.
Yeah.
They are nice, actually.
Hello, big boy.
Smo who?
I bought the what are they called? The Promacryl metallic set,
Oh yeah.
the expansion set, a while ago, and never got round to opening it. So I'm doing it now, and for like a nice sort of goldy finished, like tarnished gold armor.
That's cool.
I reckon that's
It
worked
is
out
really
pretty
good.
well.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. Some nice metallics. Have you ever tried I think it's called Dark Star or Dark Star Moltons or something like that?
Yeah, I've got the
Yeah,
box
they're
here.
No,
Oh,
I
great.
haven't tried those.
Right,
I like them.
they're
Okay,
weird
yeah,
because
we
they're
should.
really blingy. But if you get like a Q-tip or an earbud cleaner, you can polish it up and give it a buff, so it adds even more
Yeah.
shine. Which I didn't
Ooh.
realize was a thing until someone in the Patreon spotted it and said, "Oh, by the way, if you did this," I was like, "What?"
Are they the colour change?
That sounds
ones?
awesome.
Oh no, I think
No,
that's
they only do metallics. The company, that's
Yeah.
all they do,
Oh.
metallic paints in loads of different colors. But yeah, it's something to do with like the pigment that they use, like the metal flakes. That once you take
Crazy.
you essentially rub off the top layer of the medium that's dried, and then the flake shines through a little bit better, so it looks a bit shinier than it
Ooh.
should. It looks more like proper metallic rather than just like a metallic paint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
I'm
spent a
to
good
do my
half.
Stormcast like that. That sounds good.
Yeah, I spent a good 30 minutes buffing the helmet of one of my
Oh no!
Mandalorians.
And then he started on the
it's not
model.
quite 5 o'clock
Shatterpoint
yet.
Mandalorians. Yeah,
We're gonna get his channel
Of this Fat
demonetized.
Night.
having a great
Yeah.
time. Hey, 2024 lads, come on now. But yeah, I was buffing the Mandalorians I play with now, so they're really good.
Nice. Or have you gone for the full?
I've been trying so
chrome
hard to
shine?
stay relatively appropriate. By the way, just so you know, I'm trying really hard. So, Mikey dropped stuff like that in there, like
I'm just
That's
testing the waters, you know what I
fine,
mean?
Don't worry.
Just testing the
dipping it
waters,
in,
just
aren't
testing
you?
one out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you thought you were
Just
relaxed? Here we go. Drop the bomb.
You're just
My
dipping the tip
helmet.
in, aren't you? That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
literally.
Peachy's-
Quite literally.
Peachy's tip. What are you on
Little
about?
tip with a little Q-tip.
There you
Oh,
go.
there we go.
I did mean to say that at the start, like no one tell Byron that this is how I store my Artis Opus brushes.
Nice.
No,
I did
don't-
see it in the
don't-
cup. I did see them.
No
That was a
one
rainbow
tell him
colour of
that
the
that's
stained brush.
how I. Oh, it's bad. There have been so many moments where I've finished painting at like 2 a.m. and gone, I've got to get the girls up in like 5 hours to get them ready for school. I need to stop, and I've just walked away, and then I've come back the next day and gone, okay, time to keep painting. Oh, that's
Oh,
a lot
no.
of paint. That's a lot of paint embedded in that brush. This is not great. And then I've spent more time cleaning than I have painting. And then the night after that, same again.
Yeah.
Same again, painting until 2 a.m. and then realise it's time for bed and just not clean them. And
Never
I
change.
have so far managed to hide my crimes from Artis Opus, but
It's so easy to do, though, isn't it? Like,
It
I don't know
is.
if again the camera's going to actually pick this up, but
Oh no, I could see the.
Hang on.
Oh,
horror,
Lordy
the
See
horror.
God.
The horror.
Yeah, keep that. That's shameful. Look at that.
So
that.
bad.
You can paint around corners with that bad boy.
Oh no, I genuinely, I threw away
Aim around the back.
like this, and I think the size below it were the two brushes that I use the most. The one that was size below it was properly like hooked, and I did actually use it to like get between armor panels on things.
Nice.
Yeah,
Smart.
And I was just like, I'm gonna turn this sacrilege into an opportunity somehow. But yeah, I'd love to get some proper nice and expensive brushes, but then I keep looking at these ones. I'm like, damn, it's not. You're ruining somebody who's worked very hard today.
That's what I'm on
Ooh,
today.
God.
I'm on the halfling, so you can enter in to win this bad boy.
Ah, nice.
Some chicken and whatever it
Ooh.
is, and then I've got a couple of lads there, you know, for those that want to see stuff. So yeah,
Oh, nice.
that'll be up for the
Nice
old
nice
win.
base.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Nice.
It's cool.
That is a really nice base, actually.
All I've got to do is actually.
Beautiful.
I'll probably snow it. I think so. I like to snow everything because snow hides all mistakes.
Yes. Snow's great.
Yeah,
Snow,
Yeah.
rust, or sand. So yeah, that's what I'll be. That's what I'll be doing if you get to that. Is that when do people get these? When do you get my?
So
Can I-
that's
wait, my bum
that's 2,500. That is a 2,500. So
close
we
to.
are a little way off, but we've actually just had a few more donations come in while you've
Ooh.
been showing off your lovely halfling base there. So thank you. We'll get everyone else to show off what they're doing. See if we can drive that even further. We've had Mr. E 61 to push chaos ahead of the Imperium of Man, with the
Yes.
added bonus of 6+1 being the number of the grandfather Christmas Nurgle. Grandfather Nurgle, lovely. We have Monkey
Legend.
Mail donate another 25 quid. And yeah, that's pushed us up to 2,212. So just under 300 quid to get your hands on the minis that we are painting as well. So yeah, a lot of different things. Mikey, Peachy, what are you guys working on? Nothing have you shown them off? Was I
No.
I think I overtook the initial model showcase with the Fat Knights. I apologise. I've just realised. I don't know if we covered everyone else. I think I was just look at my Fat Knights and then that was it.
Mikey's just polishing his helmet still, so he's been doing that.
Yeah,
for a while.
Polish him helmet's having
yeah,
a great
keep
time.
that one under
Takes
the
him ages.
I've
table.
also just realised I keep shaking paints off to the side, but then it just looks like I'm making weird arm movements. I should just do it like in front
polishing
rather than
helmets.
over there because it just looks really odd. So
I have that cleaning my glasses as well. It's just like, cleaning out the bottom of your shirt. Just like, oh, I'm in a team meeting. Let's not do that.
Avoid that one. I've got
What
a bit
are
of
you
cop
guys
out. I'm just building some models because I was hoping I was going to be painting the new ones that arrive. So I think I'm gonna do
shame.
I'm gonna hopefully they arrive today, and then we can do maybe I'll do an extra stream where I pick one up.
Yeah.
Give that in the giveaway.
Well.
I'm gonna try and see if I can find the list of what everyone was getting.
Ooh.
Bear with.
that's the
Keep
thing,
talking.
actually.
Talking.
If people don't want the Fat Knights, I will assemble and do something with the Flamer tank instead. Because I feel like the Fat
Ooh.
Knights are niche, whereas everyone loves a tank that shoots flames.
Exactly.
Flavor tank is very cool, to be fair.
Flavor tank.
I feel like that's. I mean, out of the two, even though I'm painting one of them now, I personally would probably go for the tank that shoots flames.
I'll have that terrain. Thanks very much. Yes, please. Trench
I love
terrain.
that.
Wall.
I've just seen what Ollie and Mikey were actually getting, and I
They
must
were getting a
admit,
nom
lot-
each.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Out
Out of all of them, I think it's. Let me just
He's
double
teasing
check.
us
Was it
now.
one that was
I think
going
out of all of them, I
Big
think they're the
tease, Ollie.
worst things. Yes, perfect.
No, honestly, the one of them was going to you was my favorite. It's a Planet of the Orcs terrain set, and it's the statue. It's like Statue of Liberty from Planet of the Apes, but it's an orc.
Oh,
wow.
I
That's
love
That's
it.
ideal.
Yeah, I saw it and I was just
Oh.
like, I want that. That looks so cool. So that'll be
Kira's
going
always
to at some
working on
point.
orcs. I'm literally looking at all Kira's orcs here. She's got there's a mega lad. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's blurred out.
Yeah, but if you give away
Is it
one
a
of
Slaneshi
Kira's
orc?
orcs, would that get you in trouble?
I can't give away Kira's orcs. She's
charity.
painted.
It's for charity.
And there's
Okay.
one half painted orc. It'll take it 2 years.
On the one hand, the stream went well. On the other hand, I have given away all of your orcs.
You have no mini.
No, it's fine.
And Mikey, you were getting a grab bag of Crimson Lord bits, along with 32mm and 40mm
Ooh.
scenic bases, and a grab bag
Ooh.
of Primal Hound bits with 32mm and 40mm
Yo,
scenic
they're actually
bases.
so sick. Yeah, I'll build the
Um,
best looking marine you've ever seen.
Yeah, so there you go. So I
And
hope
make
you've
it a
got
blood
some,
raven with
torsos
blood
to
angel
spare.
bits. Yeah, yeah, that's so sick. That's so cool.
I just
really
reached
not
over
even
for
gonna
paint and I punched this.
Nice.
Punched
I
it.
fully
oh no!
punched it.
Oh no!
And
Sign,
somehow
man. Just get rid of it. It's got to go.
nothing
Give it
broke.
away. Charity.
I don't know how nothing broke, but I
I
fully
mean, you've touched
punched
it now, so clearly you're working on that on the stream, right?
Nope. Nope. Don't know what you're talking about. Nope.
Peachy, what's got your attention?
So I'm doing a couple of things. So like Mikey, I was hoping for my things to turn up, but alas, they did not. Which is fine. That's that's part and parcel of things.
No, yours did turn up.
You
Well,
got
no,
time.
yeah, but I
Crack
mean,
on.
I've worked on them now.
got
I've built them
45
all
minutes,
now.
bro.
Yeah.
They're all built. I'm just waiting for some bits to dry and then get them glued to the bases. One's missing an arm though, so I'm gonna have to do some little fudging, which is fine. I can. It's standards. It does happen, when things get packed. It's one of the kneeling down guys who'll be like shooting a rifle. He's missing an arm, so I'm gonna do some
Maybe he got shot off.
peachy. Yes, maybe that was what happened. Why
This
does
is a
my
spoiler.
camera keep going into weird romance camp? So whilst I was waiting for that to turn up, I am building a
We've
random
already
Christmas
established
present
this.
for
It's
my
always in romance
child.
mode.
Always in
You
romance
get never
mode.
left.
So, I'm building a Christmas present for my lad, so I'm getting a head start on that.
Nice.
Because he's getting into like wargaming. He's a big fan of James Bond, so I'm doing like a James Bond set.
Nice.
Which I'll mention in a minute because it's actually quite fun. Stop blurring. I've not even moved. Right.
There we go.
What's going on? But I am gonna give away I forget what the character's called.
Dark Apostle.
Apostle.
Dark Apostle. Thank you.
Ooh, nice.
Oh god, it's always the opposite way round. So you can't really see it. I'll get a better photo. Maybe I'll get a photo and put it up or send it to one of you, and then you can probably put it up on stream or something like that. In fact, I can do that. He's not quite finished, and he's basing. So I was painting that last couple of nights as well, ready in preparation, because I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't like chaos, so I'll paint one up and get rid of that model out of my shelf because they're scum. They don't deserve to be in my house.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Yeah, with this model, I actually ate them. Get rid.
Absolutely disgraceful.
I only want to get
Nicely done.
Yeah.
But I'm applying a lot of love to the model I hate. Is what I'm doing right now.
Begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly, yeah. It's like painting Tau. I can't stand him, and
Hey, I'll hear none of that. Seat things in the way. Damn it. Oh, all that.
It's all
top row
blurry,
is
mate. It's all
Tau.
blurry. Can't see it.
Yeah. It's just out of reach as well, conveniently.
It doesn't matter. It could probably shoot you from no line of sight anyway, so it'll just shoot you from
True.
the back and table you.
True.
Yeah, I do. It does make me laugh how I think I've got a tiger shark on the windowsill behind me.
Nice.
And because it's a Forge World model, they haven't perhaps been as thorough with the rules checking, and I think the range on the like Titan Killer version of it, I think the range the last time I checked on its main gun was 144 inches.
Classic.
Yeah.
Which I just love the
Oh,
idea
yes.
of being like, hey, you at the other end of the room, yeah, I'm shooting your knight. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, I'm shooting your knight. Like,
And
I
it's
don't
already
like
dead.
the way you
Take
painted
it
it.
off.
Yeah.
That's
I
awesome.
I've run a few events out here, and I remember the very first one I did like 3 or 4 years ago was when Tau were in their ultimate Supremo mode. And I think my very first event, it was like the final was Tau versus Tau, with like second and third and fourth was Tau and Tau. And it was just mirror matches everywhere. But the very first game I had the tournament I ever ran, I was just organising everything. About 20 minutes in, like people had just started going, do you know what I mean? And so I was like, oh, it's over. I was like, what is it? It was Tau versus Knights. And he just like table me turn one. I was like, classic Tau. So I feel like Tau still get a lot of abuse though from how abusive they were in like 3rd edition or whatever edition it was.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
it's justifiable.
Horrible. Scum. That's what they are. Scum.
It's crazy that we
Peachy, I've
played
never
the
loved
game
you
with
more.
half image
Peachy, I'll be
terrain.
honest.
Yeah, I had bad experiences early days in retail playing games against folks. I'm just like, I just hate you.
We've all been hurt. Yeah, that's
we've all.
That's fair. That's fair.
I've put it into the
That's what it's all
Discord
about.
stream.
A group therapy session, letting it out.
Yeah.
Tau haters.
Most abusive Warhammer game I've ever played. Tau.
Yeah.
finding out I'm a problem.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Nah, they're easy to paint. They're just they're so easy to paint. It's just so nice.
Oh, they
It's
look
all
great.
just
I love them.
panels.
Visually, they're great. They're just scumbags in the game.
Scum, yeah,
Yeah.
evil scum. Yeah.
Yeah, hate them.
Oh,
To be honest,
Well,
I love
as
chaos
part of a
more.
yeah, I'm not saying something. As part of a charity thing, you should really be picking an army that I just get tabled all the time. So like I don't know, pick something Mikey would play maybe.
ooh.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's
that's
me, dude.
nice.
He's not quite finished. I got
Okay.
a few bits like the his black cloak and tunic, and obviously like some highlights and stuff. Oh, and the haft on his weapon. But yeah, that's if you don't
Peachy,
like
have you done this
bears-
before?
You have to paint that.
I was gonna say, have you done a bit of painting in your time, Peachy? Because that's pretty good.
No,
looks
no,
That's
not
all
at
right.
No,
That's all right. Yeah.
Have you
I'm
considered taking it up?
I might do. I mean, I'm just really good at. I'm a Top Gun actor because I can't actually paint or present. So I'm just really good.
It's stunt doubles
I'm
all the
clearly
way.
use cameras. I can't. I don't know how to use cameras. Yeah, I'm terrible at all of it. But yeah. Don't know about painting. I just get someone else to do it for me.
It's not your thing, is it?
weird.
That no, something
No.
else. Yeah,
Not a fan of it.
Couldn't be you.
you're just the looks, man. The looks, the handsome face. That's you.
The handsome
That's it.
face.
Charisma,
Yeah.
the smile.
Oh, yeah.
there
that,
you
that,
go.
that damn smile. Yeah.
I was going to say the long flowing. Wait, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh dear.
you've not seen me with my top off though, have you? That's where all
To be
the
fair, I
hair
haven't
is.
actually.
I
did ask for those
£6,000
selfies.
goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, they're on the way. They're in
There's
the
some
post.
selfies out.
Some selfies. Oh god. So I've got to ask, Ollie, because we haven't actually managed to speak much before this because you have understandably been incredibly busy.
Been
You've
rough.
already said like you only get to play a handful of games a year because of the shop, the YouTube channel, getting everything going on. How do you actually find it managing the YouTube channel and the content and the physical shop and all the logistics of that at the same time? Like, are you like the head of it and oversee all of it, or is it kind of a bit segmented out behind the scenes?
No, I think a lot of people often say things like, it's just a question I get asked a lot, actually. And a lot of times on podcasts and things, people like to talk about running a shop and things like that. Because I think for a lot of people, it's kind of the dream, right? The dream job. And I'm very fortunate that I've worked to put myself in that position where I do that. But a lot of people, often say, oh, congrats, like you and the team, not realizing the team is essentially just me. Like I edit, paint, order, sit in the shop. Now we do have someone who works part-time for us. Kira was working there at the shop, but she's obviously been on maternity for quite a while. So yeah, it's interesting. It's an experience. I mean, I guess anyone who's worked retail, ultimately it is retail. Like I work in a shop, so retail at Christmas
true, I suppose.
can be a little taxing at times. But I think the main reason really why I would have a shop or had the shop was because I had a lot of experiences when I was younger. I think actually, this is definitely something I talk about when people ask about it, but really like, I think if you wanted to like make money, you just do something else. To be honest, like, I don't know, go and get a job somewhere else doing something else, but you can't really do a hobby shop without that kind of passion. I think for me, which I guess kind of circles nicely into the charity, is like, it's a nice, safe space for people to come to, right? So people who may not have the easiest access to other people or to talk about common interests. And I've had the shop there, it'll be 4 years now, in 4 years in March, I think. I opened it as a hobby club originally, but it'll be 4 years this March. And there's a lot of people there now who didn't know each other or didn't know anybody. And I am in the west of Ireland, like it's the back end of nowhere. But it's a great place for lots of people to come and meet up. And lots of people now are friends. They'll come in, they all book and play games, and they all talk about armies, and they'll go to the pub afterwards and stuff like that. So it's been a really good place for people to meet and make friends, whether it's playing D&D or Magic or Warhammer. Any of those kinds of things, like Mike said earlier about meeting people in face to face. It's been really important, and I've been fortunate to have see like all these connections being made, and hobby, whatever aspect that is, has been kind of the central key to that. So to be able to facilitate that and to put that into the world, was an experience I had when I was a kid. Like Games Workshop for me when I was like 12, 13 or whatever was kind of my space. I mean, I was in there when I was 5. I had 2 older brothers, and we there was a point really where like Thursday nights was kind of like our night, right? And even now, all those years later, it's kind of still the thing that brings us all together. So having that and being able to other people to have that experience now is kind of wonderful, and that's kind of the whole like altruistic reason why I have that. You know? And to be able to make a career out of something that I love and I'm passionate about is amazing. And like I don't know, we had a thing at the library last month or 6 weeks ago or something now where I had like 60 kids overall coming in throughout the day just painting miniatures, painting models, any age, like 5 to 20, I don't know, whatever. And they were just coming in painting Warhammer. I was doing demo games, like simplified versions. I had like mum messaging me afterwards, being like, "Oh, little Bobby said it's his best ever day in his life," and like that's pretty cool. And hopefully they remember how I remembered stuff when I was younger. Later on, they go, "Do you know, Ollie was all right in that shop. Like he gave us somewhere safe, and it was a place to be." And I think that a lot about like Jeff, Paul, and Alan, and all those managers at Games Workshop Peterborough when I was a kid, that were like a safe space for me. So I think being able to provide that for people is kind of amazing. So there's that amazing side to it. And you know, and I am dealing with at least things I'm passionate about. But then obviously, running YouTube, like I'm sure anyone who does, can be difficult. And running a shop can be very difficult. Having your own business can be very difficult, all for different reasons. And I've had a tough year, I would say, probably myself, so professionally, probably the toughest year I've ever had. And I think I'd not want to suffer really with much, you know, like anxiety or you know, I certainly don't get physically affected by that. But I'd say this time last year was probably peak. Like anxiety, like heart palpitations, like definitely depressed, and all sorts of other things, not from a coalition of other issues, really. So having now, again, like, man, this really is therapy, isn't it? Just be able to chat to people again and providing people with that space that they can move on and meet people and feel better about themselves in a safe environment where, you know, you can come in and there's no, you know, you're not going to get harassed by anybody or whatever. You know, it's a small shop, people know each other, and it's lovely. So, and you know, that guy doesn't exist there. It's a very friendly playing space. So running a shop is brilliant. I don't know, circle back. It's great. It's just difficult.
You're like a proud mom looking over.
Do you know what? I'm like a proud mother hen. That's it.
Yeah.
Proud mother hen.
New little chicks playing expensive card games and board games.
The other day, actually, we had I did my first ever Tux One for Work experience, and he was he was in the shop when he was 12. His mum dropped him in when he was about 12. I think he's 15, 16 now. And he's like, "Oh, I can do a week's work experience." I was like, "Do you know what? Why not?" And like, what a cool thing to be able to provide someone with. Like, I saw him as a little kid. I mean, literally, he's like grown up in there. And he came back. I hadn't seen him for a little bit, and he came back, and he's like 6'5" now or something. And I was like, Jesus.
"Oh, it's the worst, isn't it?"
Hello, mate.
It's me.
Yeah, and I was like, Jesus, what's happened here? Yeah. And he came in for a week. So, like, you know, and his mum, it's just lovely to be able to do that. And even offering that side out and offering jobs and stuff in the whole industry is kind of handy. You know, it's nice. It's lovely for other people. So,
yeah.
There you go. I don't know. Is that
nice, mate?
good? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. Like,
it's good and bad, right? I think. But
life has its ups and downs. Is why you need the services, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No, just purely curious because like I've worked in hospitality before and know how taxing that can be, and I've tried to do content creation and casting and stuff before, and again know like how that can be. So I was just like actually managing the whole business of a store and doing the YouTube stuff as well, like hell of a lot, especially, you know, like with all your family and everything as well, like a whole lot of stuff going on.
I can't imagine how much organization and brain power is needed to both do the YouTube thing and have an actual like retail store like that. I never worked in retail, but I did work in pubs, and the idea of like having to talk to people regularly during the day and then do the YouTube thing as well borderline sends me into a panic attack. It just seems like so much work and so difficult, and I don't mean that in like a negative way. I more mean that in I'm just massively impressed how well you do and how well you cope with it and how you're able to manage all of that. Because I personally don't think I'd be able to do both. Is the thing.
I feel like there's days when I don't feel like I can, right? There's definitely days where you're like, oh God, is this a big horrible mistake that I've basically done and ruined everything? Like I've kind of changed my hobby, right? So for me, I've been doing Warhammer for 32, 33 years. And, but it's changed over the years now. I don't really hobby to like relax much anymore. So like the most relaxed painting I'm doing is now like painting a base. Do you know what I mean? I just don't want to like stress myself out. painting now is just either a video or something for the shop. Generally, a video. The little free time I get.
Monetizing your hobbies.
Exactly. Yeah. What is it? Do something you love and never work a day in your life. Yeah. So,
exactly.
but I feel like my hobby, like my experience of hobby has changed now. So like you get like nice feels and stuff in life, and that comes from me. I think now seeing other people enjoying it. Like I think being able to provide something is what I get out of it, and rather than like me playing, I don't care about winning games. I just want to if I go for a game, it'll be a doubles tournament somewhere, have a beer, and who cares, right? Just roll dice. I couldn't care about winning. I don't play enough of anything. I'm a pretty decent player at most things, but certainly don't have the time to sink into it. So I do certainly enjoy seeing other people enjoying it now and being able to provide that or facilitate that. It's kind of key. So I do love that. But yeah, man, it's endless different hats, right? Whether it's marketing hat or accountant hat or being in retail. And like I say, talking about the hobby all day can be tiring. And then to go and say, I'm really passionate about some video, it just like drains your energy, And then so it is important to try. I don't have a huge team. I do have Kira, or have had Kira on hand a lot, and I'm very fortunate that she streams herself and is normally a pretty good springboard for stuff. But I guess this year's a little bit mixed up with the baby. But maybe next year I might try, and I'm going to try and sort of take some maybe guilt-free time to enjoy stuff again a little bit more. I think that's okay. I think you're allowed to enjoy stuff occasionally without feeling stresses from all the various outlooks, from life and things that they bring. So even carving 10 minutes for myself to play a game of Space Marine 2, all right for me. That works.
Absolutely. We've had a few more donations come in actually while we've been chatting, because you were talking about how it's not all about winning and stuff, but Hokum clearly thinks it is, because 16 minutes ago they donated a tenner because they can't have Chaos winning in the poll. So they donated that to the Imperium of Man and pushed Chaos down again, sadly. We've had an anonymous donation of a tenner. Thank you for that, whoever you are, kind person. Joofy, I want to say Jofi. I'm probably murdering these. Apologies. 9 minutes ago, picked themselves up the games bundle and also donated to the poll. And about 5 minutes ago, we actually had Famer donate £25 to the stream. One of the creators whose minis got sent out to you. I believe that's the tank that you've got, Kirios.
Oh, amazing.
So thank you very much for dropping by and donating to support the stream. Massively appreciate it. And thank you for making such amazing minis as well. And, letting us have a great insight into the hobby.
It was, in fact, this. It was the crocodile / alligator, which I've now
put it together.
It's there.
Built it.
It's there.
Wait, you assembled it that quickly?
Yep. I mean, ignore the hatch. I need to fix that. But like,
he's built a few tanks, I think, in his life.
True. Just looked at it, and that was it.
Schematics, just pulling it together.
And there's room for one more turret on that Baneblade. What are you talking about?
No, stop. No. There's
Have you thought about putting a little trailer on the Baneblade? Just a quick question.
Full of turrets.
A little trailer with extra guns.
I did think about it, but someone's won it now. I can't add anything else. Sadly, it's out of my hands. I can't. The final count for guns on that, by the way, was 40.
What?
So the Baneblade has 40 guns and 1 chainsword on it.
40 guns.
Have you seen it?
Peachy,
have you seen this thing?
40k,
No,
exactly. Yeah, Mikey.
Okay, let me just.
I need to see.
I was going to say send a
40
picture of Discord, but he's obviously got it there. Yeah.
Oh my days.
So
That turned up.
Look
I'd
at
send
the
it back. What the hell am I going to do with that? Look at it.
this is what we built for the fundraising streams for Calm. So I had like a menu, so people could donate money and then pick a big gun, a medium gun, or a small gun.
Yeah.
And then that went out the window because the goal was smashed within 20 minutes. So instead, the chat was like, just build it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the use of the chainsaw as a bayonet for a tank as well.
Yeah. And we've also got a nice Lancaster arse turret going on as well, which is fun. Complete with a heavy stubber sticking out of the mistake I made when I was cutting pieces to make that turret. You can see it just sticking out at the back there, just there.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got enough candles on it though. I don't think there's enough candles. I think you could.
Well,
I
this
don't
is
think so.
the thing is, someone donated 150 quid, which was amazing. And on the menu was a candle costs £1. and they donated 150 quid and said the chat can choose one like chain blade or 150 candles. So obviously it was 150 candles. I only had 105, and I've had to buy more. And they're on their way. And once they arrive, I need to put 45 more candles on the tank.
That's amazing.
I just want to put it out there. I reckon if somebody donated right now, we could also turn that money into candles. Surely.
Oh,
if
come on.
someone
Charlie,
really wants to drop, I don't know, like 20 quid right now and turn that into... Wait, it'd be...
Should have sent a
Would
picture.
that be
Should've
40
sent a
because it's been
picture.
matched? Would that be
I'm
40
going to have
because
to
it's
buy more
matched?
again. I can't print
Yeah, that's
them because I made
I'm sure
a silly
40
mistake.
candles is actually 80 candles in this instance. It's always
Yeah.
the 2 times donation.
No, that's not how it works.
I don't know.
I'm sure it could be.
That was like the rules.
Sure, it could be.
That
Like, I
sounds
can
like-
I
edit the
couldn't-
campaign now just to like every pound. Is
I
worth a
genuinely-
candle.
Building that
2,000
tank-
candles. Go.
Building that tank cost me an FEP and
Oh,
an
yeah.
LCD screen for a 3D printer
Oh wow.
because I
Ooh.
forgot to clear debris out of my
Oh,
Saturn.
mate. No.
I totally forgot. I
Oh,
poured resin in
no.
and realised as I started printing a bunch of candles and then thought, wait, which bottle did I pour resin out of? Because one was filtered and one was just a rush job. Which one was it?
Oh, dear.
And I went back through, and the FEP had a hole in the middle, and the screen was
no.
covered in cured resin,
Oh,
and it had leaked down into the printer, and I was like, it was the unfiltered one. Cool. Nice. So I got to order a new tank and a new screen
oh.
and
dear.
45 candles, which was great. Love that.
That is. I mean, I've replaced an FEP on
Nailed
mine
it.
because I was an idiot and used a metal spatula and not the plastic one that it came with.
Honestly, it
Oh my god, guys, what are you doing?
so
I'm an
many
idiot,
people do
alright?
that. I got lucky, and I had a friend. In fact, no, it might have been you, Mikey, who was like, "Don't use the metal. Don't ever
Yeah,
touch this."
I learned that. I learned
Um,
early on.
But I know.
I was like, here's a
multiple-
plastic Stanley blade kit. Use that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
multiple people who didn't know that and went straight
Yeah.
in with the metal one and just punctured the FEP straight away. It's
Yeah.
it's so easy to do. Like, there's-
nightmare.
There's a nice instruction booklet, but quite a few of them don't have warnings that say, "Do not
Yeah.
do this
Yeah.
ever."
Common mistakes.
Yeah.
Man, I'm not a well-versed 3D printer. I've done a few bits, but yeah, I've had, I think, like Yellow Goo 2 or 3, 2P and 3, I think, over the years. One of them I didn't screw the bit on properly, and like for whatever reason,
The
I just
tank.
heard like a grinding noise or like a
Oh,
gears
nice.
cranking. I was upstairs, I came
Oh.
downstairs, I was like, oh my god, and it's just like gone straight to the front of it. And the other one, yeah, I pierced the FEP, had to change that FEP stuff, and then use like a paint pot or whatever to make the paper bendy or something. Awful experience. Like 1 million bolts on those things as well, aren't there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
there's a
So
lot of bolts.
many.
I think I just
So
left that in the
many
back.
screws.
Half done. So 3D printing, not my forte.
Mine's
Yeah, not
currently
mine.
disassembled and hasn't been used in about a year and a half for basically the exact same reasons. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'll get round to it at some point, but yeah, that mine is just on the shelf, and I'm just like, I don't want to look at it. Don't want to look at it.
I
away
still
from
think 3D printing is like it feels borderline miraculous because you can just go, I want this thing. And then a few hours later, you have that thing,
Mm.
which
Yeah.
on the one hand seems really simple, but it's kind of disguised itself as a consumer friendly, everyday thing that you can do if you want, when it
Yeah.
actually requires way more knowledge than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
It is its own hobby, 100%.
Yeah. It presents itself as like, want miniatures at home? You can have miniatures at home. You can just make them yourself. Easy. And it's like, okay, cool. And then you buy it, and then you go, oh, I need a wash station. Oh, I need a cure station. Oh, it
Yeah.
didn't work properly. Oh, why is that? Oh, I didn't calibrate it. Okay, I've calibrated it. Oh, but it
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
supported adequately. Okay, now I need to clean it out. Okay, now I've cleaned it out. Oh, now I used the wrong spatula to clean it out. Now I've got to replace the FEP. Okay, I've replaced the FEP. It's like step 1 is print your own miniatures at home. And then you get to like step 20, and it's like, this was a lie.
And
This is a
between
massive con.
each of those steps as well is like a massive cleanup job. It's not something where it's like, oh, I've painted this mini wrong. I can dip it in some IPA or whatever, scrub it off and start again. It's like, great, I've now got this vat of fairly unpleasant chemicals that I don't really want spilling or getting on anything, and I've got to
Yeah.
clean it all up with other unpleasant chemicals that I also don't really want mixing with anything.
And it's also borderline impossible to dispose of them.
Yes, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like, oh, okay, I've got a bucket of like toxic waste. What do I do? And the
Yeah.
answer is,
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone's
leave it
just
out
like,
in the sun. I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely like got it in my eyes and stuff. I think, and like on my hair. Like I'm just
Oh my
not,
God.
I'm not careful enough with all the protection. So like I'll do
God.
gloves and then a bit drips somewhere, and I put it somewhere else, and then it's like the bit on the table. I find like a week later it's not set, and I get that in my hand like that. And I went out and I definitely had like resin like on my forehead, and I was like in the sun, rarely in Ireland. I was like, that's definitely stinging, and I was like, oh, I'm just like burning my head with resin.
What,
Yeah.
guys? What is going on?
It's not made. I'm not made for it. It's not my thing.
Chat, this is what you not to do with 3D
Yeah.
printers, by the way. So
Yeah.
don't buy a 3D printer. What you should do is enter the giveaway for the Hoplite stuff, which comes printed ready for you.
Yep.
These
Oh.
three should
Oh,
get rid of their
blah.
printers and maybe consider a studio for them to print their stuff. 'Cause Jesus
Incredible
God Christ.
segue.
Beautiful.
Absolutely perfect.
Jesus Christ!
Amazing.
What's happening?
Why did it go for my own
Stop
shop? I can at least get my own products off the shelf now. I don't need to 3D print those, do I?
True.
That's the way now.
Just like just telling everyone, yeah, I'm just trying to like desensitize my skin to resin. It's fun. I'm like, no,
That's
stop.
not how that works.
It's like
Yeah.
forcing yourself to not be lactose intolerant by drinking a load of milk. If I bathe in resin, it won't matter anymore.
I always
won't
do
need
one shot of
PPE.
resin before bed every day. It's like, don't do that. Don't do that if you're listening. Oh my God.
No,
yeah.
Jesus Christ,
Just having a
don't do
panic
that.
attack
Terrible
here.
idea.
It's like, oh my
But I
God,
do.
please.
I like to put it in my eyeballs
Advocates
as
for
well,
the
just to really
hobby,
wash my
not
eyes out.
for 3D printing.
Yeah.
X, no, go back.
Honestly, I found the easiest way to clean up after 3D printing was like same as when you're
Drink it.
making brownies, just lick the bowl. Like,
Yeah.
just gets it, just dissolves it, gets it off straight away. Like,
Oh my God.
And then when it's set, you can peel it off your head and stuff easier as well.
yeah.
Like,
Stop.
And,
Yeah.
like,
No,
especially
PVA glue.
like,
PVA
like-
glue. Stop there. Put on
Ollie,
your
for
hand,
you
get
especially,
the-
like
get the fill.
because the resin cures in the sun. Like if you just put a thin layer on, it means you don't have to apply sun
You
cream
just
for the rest of
get
the year.
you get one of these. You get a little UV torch, right? You get it all over your face, and then you
Yeah.
just take the torch and you just go like that across your face
Yeah.
until
I
it's
like
cured,
put-
and then you just
I
peel it
put
off
it-
like super glue.
I put it in both
Easy.
my eyeballs and I stick like that with two UV torches. Gets the earwax out as well, all that stuff. You know, it's great. No, don't
You just got to rub it in real good, and then you. And then you're fine.
Terrible advice.
I am losing my mind here.
I'm just so glad that no one in the office has any idea what 3D printing is, else I'd be getting like
If they
reprimanded
do,
badly on
Jesus
Monday.
Christ, bro.
That's
One
what
person knows, you've had it.
I like the other one. I like the 3D printer that's not resin. I like that one, whatever that one's called.
The,
FDM.
FDM.
Yeah, give me that all day. That's the one. I can't go wrong with that unless you like stick it on your hand. But don't do that. Don't drink it.
What
No,
is
I like
it?
that
Is it,
one.
is it like
Oh.
is it like
When
wire
it's on,
spool?
for the
that
love of
goes into
God.
it?
Yeah. Don't touch the nozzle, yeah. And don't put your mouth under it and let it like spaghetti into your mouth. It's not good.
Mr. Whipping.
And don't breathe it in either because it's melting
Yeah.
plastic in front of you.
Yeah.
God damn it, Ollie. God damn
I
it,
like-
please,
I like-
guys.
I like to use polystyrene and spray directly onto it as well. Do you know what I mean? Just like the fumes in the shop. Don't do any of that. It's all terrible advice. But I like that printer though. That's a good one. That one. Sorry, Mike.
Right.
You
Mike-
literally just
Mikey.
remind me. You just reminded me that I owe Peachy an FDM printer.
Well, you don't. It's fine. I've got no room for it. so-
I said I'd give you one like a year ago.
I know,
and I've
but
just
we-
never been to Nottingham since. And
It's
I
fine.
kept
What-
meaning
what-
to come and drop it off, and it's just never
Maybe it's for
happened.
the best.
I
Maybe it's for
think-
the
I
best.
think it's
Maybe
right.
you
I've
get into a lot,
I've got a resin one.
cupboard with a hazard on the outside, you know? Very big padlock. I'll keep the key. I'll have the key. Don't worry, guys.
Mate, you
mean,
print them for me, Mikey. Peach and I aren't designed for this kind of thing. I'm pulling you in with you there, Peachy. But
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
mum- Your mum and dad to leave you a written note to say you're allowed the printer for an hour. Okay.
Yeah.
Just for sanity's sake, Mikey,
Under
do you wanna give us-
supervision.
do you want to give us a very quick 30-second rundown on some good practice tips for resin and 3D printers, just to
Good-
cover
good
our
practice.
asses?
From
If
Mikey.
you get it on your skin, oh my god! Please go. If you get it in your eye, please go to the hospital. Don't just
Only
let
drink
us wash
one
it out.
pint at
Go-
a time.
Don't get it on your skin. Please wear gloves. Even it's not ridiculous to wear goggles. It's not ridiculous to wear a lab coat. Please, for the love of God, look after yourself. I know most of them are joking. When it was like it's in my eye and it's in my hair, I'm like,
I've definitely done that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, goggles, glasses aren't sufficient, right? If you wear glasses and you're thinking, "Oh, I've got glasses on, my eyes protected,"
goggles.
No, you need goggles because they
But
actually
glasses
cover
is
around
better
the
than
eyes.
nothing. All right, you know, it's
Yeah.
like you should wear goggles, but if you're gonna do anything, if you got some
Better
like
than nothing, but
plastic
it's
specs where you use for drilling whatever in the garage, put them on. It's fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ideally, you
better
want
than
a proper
nothing.
respirator, like the masks that they might provide when you buy a 3D printer. They're not really sufficient. You want a proper respirator, like the kind you use when you're doing like airbrushing and stuff. Which you should also be wearing a respirator when you airbrush.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
100%.
And if you can get something that covers your entire like front, that's way better. If nothing else, put an apron on or something, just something to protect your
Just anything,
like your
you know?
body. Just make sure. Also, long sleeves. Don't do short sleeves because it is genuinely resin is honestly a horribly toxic chemical.
Yeah.
And I love 3D printing. I use it constantly. I am painting 3D printed models right now. The fact that you're allowed to just buy this stuff and there seems to be no regulation or
Yeah.
requirement
Quite a
for
lot.
it is insane. Like, it's genuinely mad. I don't understand how it's happened, but you can do it, but you've got to protect yourself properly when you're dealing with it because it will hurt you or make you horribly ill. Like, I
Please
remember
don't use it
once,
as hair gel like Ollie. Okay.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's not that good. Okay.
See, that's what happens.
If you use too much hair gel, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Why are you looking at me?
Get off the screen.
That
Oh
was,
dear. Oh dear.
That was a tangent I didn't expect this afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, me neither.
We're all about
honestly.
preserving health, be it mental or physical. This
Yes.
is how this works.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, speaking of health, actually, Mikey, I'm
Oh, God.
quite alarmed to see that your fitness DVD isn't out in time for Christmas. I was looking forward to purchasing that and having a bit of a crack at it.
Yeah, my jogging on the spot for 3 hours DVD.
Your Ring Fit workout
loved
that you're
it.
doing.
Incredible.
Yeah, that was hilarious and also awful. I still have my little crash mat now, just in case. I want to do a little bit of jogging on the spot. Got my bright green crash
Oh,
mat.
lovely.
Ready to go. Jump up and down on that bad boy. Yeah, and I got my heart rate monitor just in case because I think I might need to put that on because Jesus Christ, it's through the roof right now after you lot. But yeah, maybe next year. You know, Space Marine 3 exclusively Ring Fit. You know, all of it, all the way through.
Wait, Space Marine 3. You're the. Who else has got an NDA right now? Because that is that a leak? Is that
No?
I don't have one. So,
I don't have
Space
one.
Marine 3 confirmed. Is that how this works?
It is
I've only
now.
got a calendar for the first year. What do you think happens after that?
Please, the
Oh,
last thing I
oh,
want to
God.
have to explain after Christmas break is why we've got Amazon or Games Workshop contacting us for an NDA leak over a charity stream that I persuaded the rest of the team to let me do. Let's not. Let's not.
But
deal
look, they'll
with
all
that.
jog. It'd be really good.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you raised this amount of money, and Games Workshop want to sue us for this amount. It's like,
Oh no.
Yeah.
no. But speaking of
Obviously
money,
match-
we have just under half an hour left on our match donation. We've currently used about half of it, so there is another grand up for grabs, and we are about 130 quid away from getting these models that we're working on out to you guys as well in the prize draw. So there's still time left. You can still get your donations doubled and added to the pot. So please, please, please give us something else to talk about rather than horrendous 3D printing practices. Let's get us away from that. But yeah, because the guys at Hoplite actually know how to do it properly. Like we said, the
They do,
models that they've
thank
sent us out
God.
are
I mean, look
pretty
at
great,
that.
to be honest.
You know, that's a well put together model.
Mm.
The print's amazing. It looks awesome. The design is great. Super clean.
Safe, inert.
Safe, inert, cured.
What's it
Like you want to win this. I know you do.
What's that feel like as well? Because I know that there's lots of like different types of resin, isn't there? Like the one that I got sent was it was like a white resin, and that looks like it's grey. So I'm like, how's it feel to like when you're putting it together?
It actually went together really well. It's also heavier than you might think. Like this
Okay.
feels super solid. It's definitely heavier than like a Chimera or anything. It's got a bit of heft to it. I think the side, so the tracks on either side, I believe those are solid, whereas the body is hollow.
Right.
But it means it's kind of, I don't know, like reassuringly weighty. It feels nice and solid.
Feels hefty.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's good.
Really good.
It's good. I
Looks
really
so
like
good.
this.
Yeah.
Also, the turret still moves, which is an important
Nice.
part of any
that is always nice.
construction.
Nice,
None of the
nice.
turrets on my tanks move because I had to glue them, but on
Does
this
it have
one,
a bottom?
I left it.
Curious.
Yeah, does it have a bottom?
Mikey's just
Oh.
looking for more content. What's underneath that one there? Look. Oh, he's looking.
It's got a
Oh,
bottom,
that's
all right. Look at that.
solid.
There we go.
There we go.
You can also see all the
Beautiful
paint
bottom.
on my hands that I got within 5 minutes of us starting somehow. So there you go.
Oh god. Well,
You
I
gotta
have
check,
some.
you know, you gotta ask.
I've got some fantastic news, which you guys are all going to hate because we've just had my new favourite person, Pridders. 'Tis the season for giving. Had to get it to the 2.5k to unlock the creator miniature tier. Donated £132.
Wow.
Two
Pridders
votes
coming in
for the towel
again.
being the best
No!
action. So
No!
I am extra happy.
Critters, come
That
on.
is- that is
Refund it.
wonderful.
Get rid of that. Yeah, put
There's
it back.
still like I think there's still four.
Refund it.
We don't want your dirty towel credits here.
Refund that immediately.
They're still
Oh my
fourth
God.
on the list, so like don't worry,
that's
they're
fine.
not encroaching on a podium place, but like
Well done.
Who
I
is top
appreciate
podium?
Well done, yeah.
Who's
well
top?
done, well done,
Critters,
well done,
thank
well
you
done.
so much.
Oh shit! I'm damn it! I've got to actually finish this model now. Okay.
Yeah, you've actually got
yeah,
pressure.
you guys have actually got to pull your fingers out now and make something.
I just realised
so,
I've got to wait for this model to arrive, build it and paint it before what, Wednesday was it? Ah!
No, you don't.
I
Like,
did a-
it's not going to get. You don't have to send it out by Wednesday. That's like
Yeah.
the one thing that we do actually need to figure out when you're actually going to send them
Perfect.
out by. I'm
I'll
gonna
do
tomorrow.
2028. I think for me, that's my good deal. I think I'm free then.
Hey, it
Oh,
might
there
be
we
it might be
go.
with shipping to you, so let's not tempt fate
Yeah.
too much. No, I'm doing the draw next Wednesday, so hopefully by end of Thursday, winners will have been contacted. I'm then on Christmas break for like 3 weeks, so I'm probably not going to get back to anybody until
That's
like January
fine.
at least.
That's
so
fair.
I'll see you in March. Yeah. That's
yeah,
good.
yeah, it
See you
might like.
March.
To be fair, Hoplite have said that they can fulfill things pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So, in theory, all of those prizes will be quite nice and easy to get across to people. Yeah, the creative miniatures we'll see, I guess.
Ollie.
I'm close to finishing mine. Close.
Mine's assembled. Mine's sorted. That's what we wanted, right? Just built. That's what we're going for.
Not
Them
sure, not
drivers
sure
is
what's
about to get
messed
even messed up, even more messed up.
It's okay, guys.
Had it,
If-
Curios. They've had
If
it.
we're struggling, I'll print them for people. Don't worry. I can sort your print. No.
Not again.
You got this. You got this, Ollie.
Man.
I'm just like continue trying to angle getting out of painting things. I managed it with the Bane blade, and now I'm just like I can push this a bit further. Right?
I've got 2 colours on this orc, and like that's all I've done. I've given him green shorts and like droopy violet skin. Because I
Nice.
just love purple orcs. It's my favourite like
Orcs.
crap joke.
They're
in 40K.
invisible, aren't they? Yeah. all
Exactly.
invisible.
Exactly. And that's why like it
Can't
barely
see.
shows up on camera. Like it's just not
I mean,
there.
all I can see is trousers. That's all I
Yeah,
can see right now.
Which are the best. To be fair, I do love that contrast.
There's a
paint.
joke
It's
to
one
be
of my
made there, but I
favourite.
don't know what it is, so I'm just gonna leave it alone.
Yeah,
Is it- is it
something about
Christmas
something about
orc?
trousers. Something. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
I just didn't know where to go with it.
It's
so I
a
was like,
Christmas
yeah,
orc with the wrong trousers. But yeah,
Peachy,
I'll
are you
get-
wearing trousers right now?
No, I never,
Never.
do.
No.
No.
It's just
Never
not
on
necessary.
camera, only in
No.
person is the rule,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. Usually I just cover myself in margarine and then just film.
Oh, it's like-
Fancy, not
I would
butter.
watch that. I would watch that. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie.
I think you're alone. Don't think anyone
Yeah.
people would pay me not to watch that.
Oh god.
Yeah.
That's
Like the scene
oh,
in Transporter 2 with Oil with Jason Statham, because I am Spondon's answer to Jason Statham. So it's just the same exact scene, really. That's the way I see it.
I mean, I'm concerned because we've got someone in chat saying we would like to ask Peachy a question, and I didn't see
Oh,
exactly
no.
when it was posted, so I'm hoping it was before the margarine comment. But
Oh.
we'll
How much
we'll
margarine
risk
is
it
on
perhaps.
you right now?
Let's risk it.
How many tubs are you wearing as we speak at this very moment?
What's your
One and a
favourite
half.
brand?
What's
What's
the
your
ratio?
chosen brand of wearable margarine?
Aldi's own. That's the kind of
Nice.
cheap and sticky.
I can't believe he's not buttered. Do you know what I mean?
Like someone said, I can't believe they're not breeches. That's
Nice,
pretty decent.
nice.
pretty decent.
What's
But,
the question then? What's the question?
There was
Oh,
no
we haven't asked
question.
it,
It
we
was just
haven't
kind
asked
of question.
We forgot something about you.
I love
we haven't said we could
I love
ask
that.
it depending on what it is.
Yeah, she can ask a question. Right, next.
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes. Now
Yeah.
off we go.
Oh god. How I meant to actually. I've actually got a question for you, Peachy, because
Oh no.
I tuned in
dear.
at the midpoint, but I didn't see how it ended. How did you do in your quiz?
With Jordan. Yeah, I was winning.
Good start.
I was winning. And I was 5 points ahead of Stu. And then the last question cost me 5 points, apparently, according to the quiz master
right.
that is Jordan. So
What was the last
think
question?
it was just sorry.
What was your position at Games Workshop?
Yeah. Oh, I can't. Yes. What was my? I was like bent over and did as I was told. That's what it
dear.
was.
That's where the butter comes in.
Yeah, exactly. Eases it in. But no, I don't know why I said all that. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, Pete. The staff end of week wrap starts in 5 minutes, so if we get them out before 5:30, that's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. What was the question? I can't remember what the question was. It was tricky, and I couldn't remember it. So, but it was a really good stream. Really enjoyed doing it, and I liked his little. You had to bid every 10 questions. There was like a sort of like, can you name how many Primarchs can you name? And we both bidded a number, how many we could name, and the one that bid the highest then had to try and get them all. And if they failed it, they lost the points, and the other person got the points instead, which I quite
Nice.
like. That was good.
Nice.
And
So twist in a quiz.
yeah. I mean, one of them was I was really confident. It was the Gotrek and Felix books, and then because I was like, oh yeah, there's loads, and I started riffing off like the different types of slayers you get, because that's usually how they all named them. I was like, I can name 10. I could definitely name 10, and I was like, I've done 5, and now and I was just like making up creatures, not just to try halfling slayer.
Surely
Slayer?
Jordan doesn't know.
Oh, dear. Oh, we've got
That was good.
the questions come in. It's a bit of a contentious one because I'm pretty sure you're just going to say like you can't answer. I'll ask it
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So Frederick Fisher has said, "I'd like to know if there is a canonical version of the 2nd and 11th Primarch inside Games Workshop. Don't want to know any information, just if there is actually like a canon
course there is.
version."
Do they know it? No. But there definitely is written down somewhere. I mean, it's like a lot of things, like, you know, when they were doing like the Horus Heresy, all the reveals in like the novels and stuff, there was like, oh, let's reveal this piece, which they made up 5 minutes before the meeting, probably. So yes, there is. I mean, the whole
Wait
kind
for
of
the
like
stock market to drop a little bit, and then out it comes.
Smart. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Whoever it was writing that stuff early on had ideas and then just went, "Oh, we'll scrub that." Don't know. Yeah, don't know what they are. Can't actually tell you what they are. But yeah, female Marines probably. That will get some
probably,
people
that'll be
burning.
it.
Probably.
Female
Probably.
Primarch.
Yeah.
Female
Beast mode.
Primarch.
Would be cool, to be fair. It would be cool.
There was, I can't remember which book it was for the Horus Heresy, but
Hmm.
there was a book where Malkador was like, you should have made all the Primarchs sisters, due to the fact there was a load of infighting and stuff. And I
Oh,
remember reading that line and thinking, I've got 2 girls. I don't think that would have worked out any different.
no.
I'll be honest. I feel like it would have been exactly the same.
Yeah.
It would have. It might have been slightly different in like how it was approached, but overall, there's no way they would have got on.
Still siblings.
That's not how
bickering, isn't
siblings
it?
work.
No,
No,
Yeah.
it's siblings. It's not about what gender you are. I mean, I've got a sister and 2 brothers.
Just arguing. Oh dear.
My sister was more like Night Haunter, whereas my 2 brothers were like Perturabo and probably Angeron. And just like, you know, you have to eat your breakfast real quick, otherwise they'd be straight into it. You're like, come on,
Oh,
guys.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, are we
in
related?
this situation though?
Are we related, Peachy? What's going on here? It sounds exactly the same again.
We are the same person.
My brothers were like leaning over my plate going, "Are you finished with that? Are you finished with that? You finished that? Chicken's gone. Okay, fine."
It's like all the good bits. I mean, one of
Yeah,
them
yeah.
wouldn't eat beans, and the other one wouldn't eat liver. So I was safe with beans and liver. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to skew in a minute because I need to go and collect a child. So
Is he sick
Oh,
of
you
us?
do, don't you?
I am
Yeah,
sick
no,
of you.
do.
I am sick of you. Yeah, sick of you.
I would
Oh,
be,
so
mate.
you could just say it. You could just say it. That's fine.
Get Kyrioth demonetized on the way. Go!
Oh, shut up.
Don't do that.
Easy.
Don't
No.
do that. With that then, guys, we'll probably cut to just a quick 7-minute break or something. Just give us a chance to refill our water, that sort of thing. Do we have any time left on the match funding? I think it might be 10 minutes, so it might just be during the break. We got 17 minutes. We've got a little bit of
17.
time left, so we'll have a quick little break. Let Peachy obviously get off to sort out his family stuff. Thank you very much for sparing your time. I know you've been very busy, so having you here to
Thank you.
talk
Thank you. It's
shop
been great.
and just rubbish has been
Chat to
fantastic.
you, lad.
Got to hang with these bozos. It was awesome. Love you all. Love you all.
Well, cheers very much, everybody, for sticking with us. We will be back after a quick little break, and yeah, we'll keep it going for a little longer. I think we're setting a hard cut off of 5 o'clock. So we're not gonna be endlessly extending it, but yeah, hanging around a little bit longer, chat some more stuff, see if we can get some more info going on. We'll catch you in a little bit.
Two pips.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us while we had a quick little break. And for any of us people who are joining us anew, I am Charlie. I work at the Campaign Against Living Miserably, or CALM. We are a UK-based suicide prevention charity, and I am being joined by some fantastic guests today to celebrate the huge benefits that Wargaming, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, all of the different things that you can play bring to communities and their mental health. We're raising money as part of Jingle Jam, all in aid of CALM, and the guests in question are here. There we go. That was almost smooth. We have Ollie from Broadsword Wargaming, Mikey, who is currently called Peachy. No, called Kirioth. But we have Mikey from Hellstorm Wargaming, and we have Kirioth as well. Kirioth, obviously, here on his own channel.
It's
Thank
time
you all
to
for
get
joining.
Peachy cancelled. Let's go.
Yeah.
No, John.
We can do it. We can do it nice.
Go on, say like coffee. Hate tea, love coffee. Go on, say
tea.
it.
Who even?
Ew.
Tea is the worst drink. Who even drinks
I hate
tea?
tanks.
Sharp
really
is
hate
terrible. Biscuits
How
are
dare
awful.
you? How dare you use this against me?
Oh, no, thank you guys for sticking with us. Just to quickly jump in, we did have another donation that I believe was just before the break that I missed. Craggy donated £10 to vote for the Dark Eldar, so they are still
go.
in the lead,
Awesome.
310. Next nearest is the Imperium of Man, so they're going to need a bit of a leg up to get back in the race. And we do have, I'll get the exact time, 7.5 minutes left of the matched funding. So if you are considering making a donation, please, I would implore you to do it sooner rather than later, because while that matched funding is active, everything you donate to the cause will be doubled. So there's the games collection still available for people to grab at £35, and you can influence the poll at the same time to make us argue more about which faction is the greatest. We
Even
are
if
being
it's clearly
spotted.
chaos, we will have the discussion regardless because
Yep.
it's required. But we all know what the truth is. So
Yep, it's the
just
town.
throwing it out there.
It's
I
the
think you're
town.
wrong, but sure.
It's the
That was so polite.
Yeah, you might- Hello, good sir. I think you might be incorrect. There is something-
I think you might be an idiot because it's clearly the Tau, and then sisters probably. It's my pitch.
Oh, wow.
I'll meet you on the middle with sisters, but I can't, in all
think-
good conscience, agree with the Tau statement.
I
Hang
think
on.
we all
Oh,
collectively hate you now, Charlie. So that's
I'm sorry. I've got
Yeah.
with Kirioth saying that. I've got something that's going to really wind him up. 1 second.
Oh no!
a cowed.
He's
I'll
going
tell
to the cabinet
Scout.
now.
We've gone.
Can't see, it's all blurry, Charlie. Don't worry about it. It's all
No,
blurry.
We'll get this one on
Yeah.
camera. So this.
Are you
this
one of
was
the 4 people that's bought a manta?
No, I do not. No. I don't have an answer. But every single person that I've shown this to has had the exact same reaction. So I'm going to show you this for your viewing pleasure. I adore it. I worked very hard on this, but feel free to tell me exactly how detestable you think it is. Talvin Val.
Oh, wow.
Oh
I mean,
no!
That is
I mean,
sacrilege.
it's-
all in one picture.
It's awful, but I kind of like it.
I'm so torn because it looks really cool, but you've
Again,
put
you can't-
Tau
well.
stuff on.
You've-
Oh
They're
no!
really
I
good.
don't know what to think.
One then.
I love it, but
That
you've
is
also
good to be
ruined 2 things, so I don't know how to feel about it. It's like having a lovely pizza but having the wrong toppings on. You know, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Like,
That's fair.
Pineapple pizza moment, right?
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I love showing people that because it always winds like
because it's wrong.
it causes that same reaction. Like, every other person's been like, "That's heresy." Just immediately. I'm just like, I just love it. Just love it. That's the kind of thing
It
we
is
do
a
in the
very
hobby.
good kit bash. I just don't. Something in me just doesn't like seeing Tau stuff on that specific model.
That's
It's
fair.
like it's one of those things where you sit and you go, "That is super well done," but morally, I can't
hate
condone
it.
And the camera probably hides a lot of the imperfections, so I'll take the compliment. It's a bit rough in places, but we just had a donation from Hoplite Game Studios. Thank you,
Oh,
guys.
let's go.
Thank you for tuning in
awesome.
and saying hello. That's fantastic.
Who are
They've
they?
donated 50 quid. They've donated it towards the Imperium of Man, towards being the
Perfect.
greatest. So where are they? Where they sat at the minute? 240 to 310. So we're still a little bit behind, but they're a strong second. Hoplite Game Studios, for anybody who has just tuned in, is helping us out with this. I was going to say this video, God, this stream. They have generously donated a lot of the prizes into the prize pool and sent out kits to our wonderful friends that are joining us as well. A full list is in the it's on the campaign page. There's terms and conditions, there's a full prize list, it's free to enter, and you'll see a few of the different things spinning around on screen as we're going through. We've already hit the £1,000 milestone, which was to add a bunch more of Hoplites kits to the prize draw, and we hit the 2,500 one as well, which was to get the models that our guests were working on into prize draw as well. The £5,000 goal is to get the NOM into the prize draw. This is a monstrous artillery piece. It's like 1 meter long, 17 inches tall. It's so comically over the top. It's wonderful. And
That reminds me,
Hoplite
I need to enter the draw.
yeah, you guys can actually.
I want
Can we
the
win the
nom.
knob?
Yeah, like
I
legitimately,
want
you guys
it
can enter.
so bad you wouldn't even believe.
Yeah, like please do enter. Like you're the only people who aren't allowed are people actually employed by Calm. So me.
Lucky Charlie, mate.
Yeah.
Time to
look at it,
leave.
so
Time to
good.
quit.
Yeah. I'm gonna. But the problem is,
Quit Tuesday
like,
night.
if I-
Who's doing the draw?
if I
I'm outta here.
if I resign, no one does the draw. But if I do the draw, see that it's me, and then resign, I will still have been an employee at the time the draw was done.
Do the draw. No, wait, there's
Unlucky.
got to be a way around this. I'm sure there's some way to do it. Probably involves fixing and lying. But
If you
do
get
that.
fired, is
Oh,
it
we
the
could
same
let
as
someone
resigning?
legally win. I'm just saying. Everyone's like, yeah, please donate, but Charlie's gonna scam it last second.
yeah. Fix.
Well, it's really bad because like I used to actually do like tournament organization and tournament ops for esports and various different things. So
Alright.
we always put a standard clause into all terms and conditions that's basically we reserve the right to modify this at any given time, like without notice, because things do just naturally come up, and it's something that you obviously never hope
Who's
to have to
setting it up,
use.
yeah.
But if you don't have it in there, people get really arsey and kick off at you at things. So I wrote the terms and conditions for that, and this like thing that I can basically modify at any point is still in there. So I feel that if any of my friends enter, there's going to be such like an internal argument at Calm. I've clearly rigged this and fixed it somehow, but everybody has just as
He's
much
setting
chance as
himself
everybody
up,
else.
Chat, careful.
Yep, clip that, people, please.
Clip it,
have
clip
that
it.
in writing. Have it in video. No,
Get
but
in.
the nom's huge. The rest of the prizes up for grabs are really, really nice as well. We're working on a few as it is right now. There's Simon, there we go. Simon,
Oh, there we
got
go.
it for like a second.
Oh, we got slight bigger focus for half a second.
Oh god, they're really nice models. The details are really crisp. It was easy to
the
put
prints are
together.
really nicely done.
Feels weighty enough. Yeah, but good stuff. Good stuff. That's it. Enter the prize draw. It's free. Doesn't cost anything.
Yeah,
to enter.
It is
do
literally
it
free.
now. Get
Yeah.
that link below. Follow
You
the link
may
in the
as well.
description.
You may
CTA.
as well.
There is a link at the top of the chat. It's pinned. It says "Enter the draw." You
It
can't
couldn't be
miss it.
easier.
Go and click it.
30 seconds left on match donations as well.
If anyone's going to
Now.
donate, do it now. Now.
Yeah,
Do it
now.
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 Do it
Go,
now.
now. Quick.
More
now.
candles
Go,
for the
now.
Beyblade.
No,
Hurry
that's
up.
not part of the thing.
That's
Have
fine.
it.
Yeah, that's it.
I can
That's not-
modify it at any time.
Oh no!
Something.
I've been betrayed by the terms and conditions.
I'm
Always
keeping
be
my
the,
mouth
always
shut.
be
I'm
the
not
small
doing
print, my
anything.
friend.
There's always
I've
more
suffered enough.
candles, whether you like it or not.
What's one of the things that you were showing that off earlier on? I didn't quite get to say it, but it really made me laugh how, in like such a 40k fashion, there's candles all along the main barrel, and like obviously they would all be lit because of all the rituals and the arming ceremonies. And then the second that it fires, like the recoil of a backdraft is going to blow them all out. And so I'm just imagining like the Baneblade takes a shot, and then like a serf has to get out and relight every single
I was
candle.
about to say,
in the middle of
surely
the
there's a
battle.
little guy.
100%.
There's got to be a little guy who jumps out with his little lighter, his little matchbox, one at a time.
And the thing
Sorry,
is,
sir, we can't fire yet. We've got 39 left.
It's not just
Any
that.
minute
It's
now.
also it was suggested to put a single candle on the chainsword at the end of the cannon. Like, that's not going to survive a single shot. It's a volcano.
crosshair.
Like, the name is Volcano Cannon. What do you think is going to
crosshair.
happen to a candle at the end of that?
It
It's
wouldn't
just
have to
gonna
relight it.
disappear. But
Yeah.
chat wanted it, so now there's a candle on the chainsword at the end of the Volcano Cannon. So
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys have seen that, if you spotted. The match donations have now ended. Thank you to everybody who has donated so far. That has brought the whole total for this stream up to 3,000. There's one just come in now. £3,493.
Wow.
What?
Nearly
Amazing.
3.5
Let's
grand,
go.
gentlemen.
Amazing.
And we're now only 1,500 off the nom.
Somehow that's gotten really close now. Yeah.
Yeah, all of
Yeah.
a sudden, that's not.
Yeah.
It's not a million miles away anymore. Like but one of
Mhm.
you could win the nom potentially. We need to raise a
This
bit more
is-
money first, but you could win it.
Yeah. This is what I found when I was doing the solo streams over the last week and a half. Every time a goal got close, someone would go, "Well, we're not that far off. Let's go."
Yeah.
It felt like there was almost like a vendetta against goals, where it was like, okay, but that's not a round number, so we'll hit the round number, and then someone else would go, "Yeah, but round numbers aren't fun, so let's just tip it over the round number," and it all piles up. And the best thing is, it's like a friendly competition, except the winner is a charity that deserves your money. So there's literally no downside to just kind of going for it. Like there's no point at which it becomes not worth doing. It's always worth doing and pushing.
Yeah, definitely. But obviously, December is an expensive time of the year for everybody. Things are hard. We obviously massively appreciate the donations, but please do only donate if you are able to do so. Don't put yourself in any hardship, in any issues. If you want to and you are able to, that is wonderful, and it is going to genuinely saving lives. But if you need that money yourself, if you're not in a position to be able to do so, if it's going to cause any hardship, do not donate. Look after yourself first and foremost, because that's what's important. So please be sensible. We appreciate everyone's generosity so much, but don't put yourself in any difficulties in order to support us.
It sounds very cliche to say, especially coming from someone who does YouTube as an actual job, but especially in situations like this, liking and sharing genuinely makes a difference.
Yeah, it does actually.
The more likes it has and the more people share it, the more it shows up to other people. And if it hits 10 people and one person out of those 10 who wouldn't have seen it otherwise decides this is a good cause and donates £10, that adds up to a huge degree, to a massive extent.
For doing it.
It really does. And
So,
every little bit.
Don't ever think, oh, well, I can't contribute financially, therefore, what am I going to do? Actually being there and just saying, hey, this thing's happening, it genuinely makes a huge difference by itself. There should be no sort of shame or upset in the idea of not being able to contribute financially, because there are other ways to contribute that are important. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Like in the stream, because there's 70 people watching and only 50 likes, that's 20 of you at least.
Get on it. Come on, guys. Join in.
That's free.
Collaborative effort. And
that's what I've nicked that
entering
off
the
you.
giveaway.
I say that almost every stream now. I'm like, that's the free bit. Just click like. What are you doing?
Free.
It works.
Gosh,
we have had a few more donations actually come in. A few more people in the polls. There was another one that I missed actually.
If it was Tau, it's fine, mate.
It wasn't. It wasn't exactly. The Hobby
We
Graveyard.
can ignore those.
8 minutes. Yeah, you can ignore them. Everyone else does. Hobby Graveyard gave us a tenner and voted for Dark Eldar. Decknod 24. How the Necrons have no donations? I'm doing my part. I gave a tenner to Necrons, so they are off the line. Datsun Days gave us a tenner as well, and another anonymous donation of £25 towards the Orcs. So nearly all the factions have a vote now, which is nice. That's nice.
Who's
we
left?
Like to reach
Who's not got a vote?
Oh, do we want to shame
Votan?
people?
It's always fun,
shame
right?
them.
Because if
No,
they're
it
their
isn't.
faction,
It
surely
isn't.
they should vote them.
I just saw who it was, and immediately I was like, ah, yeah, it's Eldar.
Oh yeah.
Fair enough. I love Eldar,
Fair.
but fair enough.
It's just like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Immediately, I was just like,
they don't deserve
New
anything.
detachment today. Don't care.
it's
Not
like
interested.
let's read the room. It's Eldar. Yeah, no one cares.
Something jumps, kills all your stuff, jumps away. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Or Eldar. They did nothing to deserve it, but they get all the hate anyway.
They do get hated on quite a lot, to be fair. But
They shouldn't be so complicated to... Actually, no, that's Dark Eldar, to be fair. Like,
Mm.
of all the factions, Dark Eldar is the one where I've looked at them most often and gone, I would love a Dark Eldar army. I'm not painting that. I don't want that amount of edge highlighting. I just don't want to deal with that much complexity in so many small models. Eldar, I think, mostly not too bad, but yeah, Dark Eldar, no. Sorry, Drakari. We've got a
Yeah, sorry,
No,
Eldar.
IP.
We've moved on now. Come on. Now.
IP, Eldari,
oh, oops,
Drakari.
I've done
etc.
that wrong, Ben. But oh well. It's
I like my
That's
Oryx.
two
or whatever
reasons
they're
Gates
called
weren't
now.
choking after us today.
Yeah. Legal team breathing down my neck, just like we're a charity. Be nice, play nice. You talk about like not wanting so much detail in a small model. Aren't you the one
alright.
getting super excited for the what might be the Emperor's Children coming back?
Okay, I mean, yeah. I also like, this is one of the things where I say in videos fairly frequently, I am a massive hypocrite, because I will say things like, the Death Guard are a bit too busy, for instance. Like, that model range, I find a bit busy. But then I will make things like we showed earlier, and it's more busy than that. But for some reason, and again, I totally acknowledge this is hypocritical to the extreme, it's okay when I do it because I made it that way. It didn't arrive that way.
Yeah.
Which is not fair, and I acknowledge that completely. But for some reason, if I see a model that is super busy and it will arrive super busy, I'm like, that's a bit busy. But then I'll sit there and happily add 1,000 chains and candles to something and go, it's a lot, but that's okay.
More. Yeah.
I really actually enjoy painting Marines. There's just something nice, almost as like a palette cleanser. But then I get like the captains, and I look at it, I'm just like, oh, Christ, like I don't. There's so many bits that like should be the same color that are next to each other, but are clearly different things. It's like he has a belt that's next to a book that's next to a reliquary, and I'm just like, man, they're all going to be a shade of like brown or silver or leather, and they're three different things that are touching each other. Like, how do you actually paint this without it just looking like a mess? And I've never been able to get it right. I like things that are a bit stripped back, like the normal Marines that have like, a nice bit of detail on them, but nothing insanely fancy or ridiculous, or just like clean lines. Like, I'm loving painting the sisters. The sisters are like, they've got nice detail on them, but it's not constantly all over each other. It is quite separate.
I still need to paint my... I was so excited for the Sisters refresh, and I bought the Sisters of Battle box when it came out.
Oh yeah,
The first one.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Armies of Faith was that one, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
The one with a really nice codex that's behind me somewhere. The box itself, with every model not even off the sprue, is on a shelf just down there.
You would hate
And I
that.
never
though, 'cause
got
they're all
round to
snap
it.
fit, aren't they? In that box. They're like,
It's not... Yeah, I mean,
push
I could
fit.
probably knock it out in a day, and I just have never got round to it. And I
Wait,
feel
were they all
bad
push
every
fit?
time I see it.
in that box, I think. Yeah.
Oof.
Terrible.
I was so
How
excited
can you
when I got the
kitbash
box,
push-
and I was
push
like,
fit?
oh, it's bad. It's real
so
bad.
much soaring.
That's my biggest point of shame hobby-wise, is that I never got round to that box. And I keep thinking, I'm going to do it. But then I just get distracted with something else, and I start painting something else, and then I think about doing it again, and then I get distracted. It's almost like ADHD is a thing or something. I don't
Almost.
know.
It's so easy to do as well, though. Like, there's so many nice things to paint. Like, not even just Warhammer stuff. Like, you just pick up. Have you guys found this as well? Like, inevitably, you're like, okay, I'm personally, I mainly play Warhammer. I don't really play like other things too much. I'm just like, oh, but I've got some D&D minis there. I've got some Hero Forge minis here. I've got this other thing, but I don't know what it is. I just accumulate stuff, and I'm just like...
D&D is the biggest issue for me when it comes to painting Warhammer, because weirdly, the channel is about Warhammer. I mostly talk about Warhammer or Warhammer-adjacent stuff. The game I play the most is D&D. I play D&D twice a week. There's like a solid 6 hours of D&D every week. And so, because I'm also, like, I DM my own campaign, there's so much prep that goes into that I will sit down to paint and I'll be like, well, I've got a 40k game in like 2 months, but I've got a D&D session in 3 days. And I don't know whether the party is going to get this far, but I should be prepped just in case they do.
Yeah.
And so I end up painting way more like just fantasy minis or like fantasy adjacent, a little bit of tech here and there, than I do 40k stuff. And when it comes to like AOS and Spearhead, that gets painted a lot more because I'm like, well, I'm not just using it for AOS and Spearhead, I'm also going to use it for D&D. Everything I've painted for Age of Sigmar, I've also introduced in a D&D campaign. So they serve like double duty.
Kitbashing everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I've got like 30 direwolves, and I've had the party fight 25 direwolves, and it's like I've just used the same models again. There's no need to print more or buy more. I've already got the models that I need.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff I've done for AOS have just been used as either stand-ins or I've just built an encounter around a cool model I've made because it would be fun to see it in D&D as well. But because my D&D world is mostly fantasy with a bit of like arcanotech, so like magic and technology merged together, there's not much space for like Space Marines or Dreadnoughts or you know, a giant tank rolls onto the battlefield. It just doesn't fit. So it ends up playing kind of it's like a secondary concern to the fantasy based stuff that I end up painting, which feels weird because the channel started around 40k, but it's just sort of diverged as interests have changed. And yeah.
That's kind of like a natural development over, right? Like, you know, if you started somewhere and move elsewhere. But I'm the same as you. We have a lot of like fantasy models, you know, like I don't play much. I don't own a fully painted 40k army anymore or whatever. But I do have a lot of like war bands and Warcry stuff and kill teams.
Yeah.
So like, just like that, I have the models you can, if you come in store and play D&D, you can just have access to all those Warcry models. And there's loads of different like barbarians or orcs or oryx or whatever that you can just pick up. So yeah, fantasy I find is a bit more dual usage, right? Whereas like 40k, this means only really.
Yeah, it's so like distinctive, isn't it? And I'm just laughing in the background because we have finally got Eldar off the board, and the name of the donor is just perfect. Lord Gitface has donated a tenner to get the Eldar off the board. I'm just like,
good lad.
Nice. Everybody has a bit of representation now, and we will not draw any conclusions between your name and what your faction preference says about Ben, to say the least. But I am curious because it's we've kind of mentioned it a few little times. How much of what you guys build and make would you say is kitbashed or altered or, you know, kind of changed around a little bit, as compared to just getting a box of stuff and building it straight up? It's like, do any of you guys play tournaments where that's more of an issue?
I play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I run tournaments. I don't play a lot, but it's never an issue from my side, really. I don't kitbash much, though. I just kind of build stuff as it is. I ain't got time for that.
It depends how extreme you go, right? Because I play tournaments, but I also organize tournaments myself as well, much like Ollie does. But like sometimes, like for example, like Kyrios stuff is obviously on the, let's say, the extreme end of
You're very kind.
If it's a spectrum, it's all the way down one side. But it's like, as long as it's like, you know, like people have a rough understanding of what's going on, as long as it's not like everything looks the same, but it's all different. Not many people.
Yeah, I think my rule is
like,
as gentle as that, right? Like, don't mix squads up. You know, if you say I've got like 3 different squads and they all look different, but they're all meant to be equipped the same with something like, Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's anything that leads to any confusion, just no. But
Yeah.
keep it simple. Sure, if everything's got a flame and they're all meant to have melters, fine. But if it's like one guy's got this and one guy's got that, and then all that'll lead to is like, oh, I killed the heavy bolter. No, he's alive. He's the guy there with the pistols. That's my man.
Just
So
got the
las
stick
cannon.
in the air or
Like,
whatever.
so none of that
Um,
really, but exactly that, man.
So yeah, so like I'm just gonna say like extreme kit bashers, as long as like, because like I've had people, there's a guy who comes like rat mech, which are like Skaven conversions of an average army.
Yeah.
And he's got like a chaos army, which is all like Mauler Fiends and Forge Fiends, but they're made with Age of Sigmar models. And he's got like print out cheat sheets, and it's like a picture of the model, and it says what it is on the next to it. And I was like, as long as you make it simple enough, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's it's an extra layer of effort, but like it's a good way of doing it, isn't it? Because people
Yeah.
still enjoy the kit bashing side, but then also aren't excluded from tournaments and stuff as well. That is a nice way, I guess.
That's the thing, right? Because most people are there to play games with their toys. They're not there to like compete at a high level. It's like an excuse for the weekend to go and play five new people and make 5 new friends.
Yeah.
You know. So.
Yeah, I would hate
it's
to
not
punish
usually a big
people
deal.
for hobbying, right? Like hobby is the main part for me. So like, if someone's made a conversion, I don't want to punish them and be like, you can't use that, because that's what they enjoy, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
When I did my Cosmic Horror Mega Gargants army, I was very aware that none of them looked anything like actual like Games Workshop Mega Gargants. So when I made them, I was like, if I'm going to take them anywhere, and I was building them for a tournament for Facehammer. It's like people need to know what they are, so I did a cheat sheet that was like a silhouette of what the model was, because they all are really distinctive. Like the silhouettes are very different from one model to the next. And I was like, this is this version, this is that, this is that, this is that. And every opponent I played, I was like, here's a sheet. You can see what each of these are. You can see what type of model they are or what they're supposed to be, and you can see what items they have, what abilities they have. And I did it that way because I was like, if I showed up to a game and someone showed up with this army and went, I expect you to know what this is, I'd be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like that's not realistic. It's not fair. So I go out of my way to make it easy for people to know what I've done and what everything is, because it like the main thing for me is making the army. But at the same time, I do like seeing it on the tabletop, and I don't think it's fair to expect other people to just, intuitively know what I was thinking when I made this stuff. Instead, it's like, all right, I accept I've gone a bit left field. Here's a guide. Here's how you know what all the things are, what they do, if they are the general, if they've got any items, so on and so forth. Now you know what you're facing. And the response I got from that was mostly just people going, thank you. This army is mad. It's great, but I would have no idea what any of this is. So this is great. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's enough to think about, right, when you're at a tournament, let alone thinking about what someone else's random army is. You've already got enough going on. And by
You've
game
got
4
your
or
own
5,
army to work out,
Yeah.
without having to work out everybody else's as well. So
very true.
Yeah. You can have a bit of fun with it as well, you can make like a themed cheat sheet, maybe it's like if it's 40k, like an inquisitorial report. It's like, this is actually gonna act just like a Carnifex, and it's just like a big robot or whatever.
Yeah.
Have a laugh with it.
Yeah. No, decent. So it's interesting to hear that, because I haven't really got the time, unfortunately, to go to any tournaments, and very, very few of my units are actually WYSIWYGs. Like, I would struggle immensely at a tournament. I don't think any of my armies would actually be legal. And it's just like, I just enjoy messing about with stuff so much. Like, I think I've got a Redemptor on the shelf behind me, and obviously it's got like the plasma macro cannon or whatever it is, and it's got the Gatling gun. And I was like, well, but they're both really cool weapons. I don't want one of them to sit on the sprue. So I gave it like the underslung Gatling cannon on its arm, and then I put the macro blaster like on its shoulder as like a thingy.
Nice.
Like,
Okay.
it looks really nice, but like obviously it's not tournament legal. But I'm just like, it's fine. Like it's my model. I've enjoyed painting it and stuff like that. So I always find it's like just an interesting conversation to actually, especially you guys who are going to organizing and playing in tournaments, like kind of how the line drops and like where it sort of sits as well. So, cheers for the insight on that. It's interesting to hear.
Something else that you can do, and something I did with my tanks, is that they might not be what you see is what you get, but you can easily tell what they're supposed to have.
Right.
So I've got a Lehman Russ with a Punisher Gatling cannon and 3 heavy bolters. Except that Lehman Russ has actually got 2 Punisher Gatling cannons. But like when you look at it, it's a case of, if I say it's got this gun and 3 heavy bolters, you know full well that both of the guns on it are basically bolt weapons. So it's not like a huge stretch of imagination. It's not like showing up with a bunch of plasma all over it and going, oh, actually, it's got an auto cannon, it's got a las cannon, it's got 2 bolters.
Yeah.
Instead, it's just, here's a Punisher, here's 3 heavy bolters, but it's modelled with 2 Punishers. Same thing with the Lehman Russ that's got an Executioner plasma cannon and 2 smaller plasma cannons and a las cannon. That's got 2 main plasma cannons on the turret and 1 las cannon. But like you look at it and it's like, oh, there's 2 plasmas on there. What does that mean? Oh, it means it's got the main turret and 2 plasmas and las. So it still makes sense.
Yeah.
And you don't have to second guess what it is. The biggest stretch I've done for that was the second Baneblade I built, where is it the Shadow Sword? I can't remember what it is, but it's the anti-tank one. It's got a volcano cannon, and then it's got a couple of sponsons. But instead of putting the sponsons on, I gave it a Punisher Gatling cannon, and I gave it a big las cannon off a knight. Is it the laser destructor? I can't remember. But like again, it's kind of, it might not have exactly what it says, but the weapons that are on it, as soon as you say this is what it has, it's an immediate thing of, I can see what that is.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to
Context clues, right?
double check.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. To be fair, that does. It's a good way of doing it as well. Like, it still lets everybody enjoy all the different aspects. I just realised I am looking incredibly pasty now. Apologies, it's got past 4 o'clock, so the light is starting to go down, and this room is becoming difficult on the camera. But
the inner vampire's coming out, and it's gone past 4 p.m. Sun's gone down.
Yeah. Peachy's left,
sun's
so
gone down.
someone had to.
Needs
look
to feast on fresh humans. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely get some prime steak or something for tea later on. Get some red-blooded me. But we have had another donation, £10 from Decknell24, who I believe donated earlier on again. Quite interesting. Said that the Necrons aren't losing the war in heaven again, and I don't want to bankrupt you, but currently, if you're using that poll as a war in heaven, they definitely are in like near joint last place. So you might need to rally a few more friends to come and help you boost that one up if you really wanted to get the Necrons up there, because right now they are. There's only the Eldar behind them.
Way
like
down.
Yeah, I think that.
Oh dear.
For either 8th or 9th, depending if it's 9 or 10. I can't be bothered counting in a minute, to be honest. But yeah, do you guys?
So yeah,
have you guys been keeping track on Jingle Jam as a whole? Because we are doing this for Jingle Jam, of course. It's 1st to 14th of December, so last day is tomorrow. Have you guys managed to catch anything else that's going on? Have you just cut yourself?
No, I just dipped my hand in dirty down rust.
Oh, I thought you'd cut yourself.
No,
I was like, you probably want to do something
love
like
that
that. Just hold it up to the camera.
I've got horrible oxidized rust all over my fingers.
Ugh.
No, I stabbed myself when I was doing the last stream, the last solo stream. I dropped my clippers whilst I was cutting candles out, funnily enough, and I tried to catch them between my legs, and they fell sideways. So the pointy ends went straight into my thigh, and there was a moment of, oh, that hurt, and then I just saw like red stains appearing on my jeans, and I was like, okay, we need to take 5 minutes whilst I disinfect myself. 1 moment, and then I had to go and clean myself up.
Yeah, that's
not my best moment.
That's not ideal. That's definitely not ideal.
I bleed for this. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Blood for charity.
Yeah.
If only you were painting a corn army.
Oh, it would have been perfect, but
Just,
I haven't caught a ton of Jingle Jam. No, actually, it's been so hectic. I meant to see more, meant to catch more. I actually popped into one of your streams recently, though, Kirioth. I don't. I think I popped into one of yours a couple of weeks, last week or whatever it was.
yes.
But no, what else has been going on? Who else has been knocking around?
I mean, there's been across Jingle Jam as a whole. There's been an absolute ton of stuff going on. The event this year is going fantastic. If I look at the live tracker right now,
It was on, like, last time I checked, was it on, like, 285k or something for Calm?
It's a lot higher than that now.
Okay, I'm behind. I'm behind.
The whole community has been absolutely fantastic. So Jingle Jam this year as a whole, as of right now, has raised £2,376,900, which is a staggering amount of money.
Incredible.
For
Yeah,
charities.
crazy.
It's just gone up as I've looked at it. It's constantly going up.
Is it 8 charities this year? Or is
Yeah,
it 10?
8 charities involved. I believe it was last year. It was that £35 was to us going up. I believe. Nice, love that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, there's 8 charities involved this year. We are obviously one of them, and the total figure for Calm that has been raised is currently standing at £413,161, which is genuinely like so
Amazing.
staggering. It's such a privilege to be able to, from my personal standpoint, join a charity like Calm, put the effort in, and see how much the team across the whole organization has like got behind this project, and the community, creators, getting everybody involved, making it the best we can do, and then seeing everybody come out to show such support with such generosity. It genuinely blows us away. We're sat in the office last night having watching a few of the streams, having a drink and a few bits of cake and stuff to celebrate before it finishes properly on Saturday, and we're just like, some of the stuff that people are doing are absolutely mad. We had one guy at the start where he was doing a 24-hour stream, and every pound that was donated added 2 minutes to how long he was streaming for.
Nice.
And I think he was streaming for like a week solid. Which obviously we do not recommend for health reasons, but like
I was gonna say,
it's fantastic, like mental to just drop in on him throughout the week and watch him just get more and more deranged as he's like spending every minute in front of a computer. It's like, oh, dude, we love you, but like, I really hope you get a break soon. Just watch him.
Yeah, fair play to him.
There's been so much stuff. Like, so many people have come back from previous years to support us. So many new faces as well have joined, and people like yourselves that have maybe done stuff for Calm separately as part of like the 40 hours of 40k, or have come in to just support us fresh. Like, it really does mean the world. It's a huge amount of support, and yeah, the whole reason that we're doing this is to make a difference and to save lives. And we joke about, there's 5 of us when Peach was still here, just stood dicking around, messing about, talking about Warhammer and how not to use 3D printers and stuff like that. But we're raising money the whole time, and we're having conversations that people wouldn't normally have, or would find a difficult place to actually see. So, thank you again from myself and the whole team for agreeing to come and support us. It really does mean a huge amount, and the light that you guys help us bring to the subject and to your communities is invaluable.
Literally any time.
It's great to be involved. It's a good charity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks for asking me. I appreciate it.
Like I said before, I've kind of had a personal experience with ideation and getting to that stage, and the biggest thing is the feeling of being by yourself. So there being a charity that specifically tackles a significant chunk of that in providing a way for people to talk to someone and not feel alone is massively important. It's hugely important. So yeah, I kind of said at the start, I was kind of worried about it in a way because I didn't want to do a bad job, which obviously is not the healthiest way to approach trying to do something good, but I kind of not ignoring that, but deciding that that was not a good reason to not do something it definitely feels like 100% the right way to approach things. Just go, no, stop letting the back of your head do the thinking, and let the logical, sensible part of you do the thinking instead was the right call. And I'm glad we're able to, I mean, literally make a life or death difference to like a not insignificant number of people will get the help they need directly because of that, and that's huge.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be happy to sit here for 3 hours chatting along with you guys, even just to help one, you know. And it's only £12.20 per call, and look how much we've raised just on this stream. Obviously, we've all done our own fundraisers as well with our own individual communities, but then for this as well, it's just like crazy. So thanks everyone, really appreciate it.
No, and we've had 2 more donations in as well while we've been chatting. Jake's 2 pence best Hellstorm mod has donated 35 to grab the Jingle Jam collection. Good on you.
No pressure mods, but he's the best one. He made the big donation and called it. So
that's it.
No
come and claim your title. Pay for your place in the Discord. It seems. We've also had Garrett Waldron donated 35 quid to grab the collection and also vote for the Imperium of Man as well.
He's a local in my store, actually, Garrett. Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
good chap.
fantastic. Oh, but well,
awesome.
Thank you ever so much for coming along and joining. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to have people here.
Yeah. I think he'll be after these halflings probably.
Could be. There's a decent selection of prizes. I say there's the nom at 5,000, which there's still a little bit of time. We never know when surprise donations are going to come through, but
we're not miles away.
Yeah, we're not a million miles away. And what we've got already with the little carousel that's going along the side of all the stuff from Hoplite Games, it's nice stuff. Really looking forward to hopefully seeing what people do with it when it gets to them. I love browsing through the various social medias and seeing all the kit bashes, all the paint jobs, all the different wild ideas that people come up with. So getting a chance to sort of get these to people as well, and bring someone a bit more happiness is great. It's a win-win for me as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the support from Hoplite is amazing.
Yeah, shout out to them. They're doing great.
It really is. And they're not getting anything out of this, by the way. It's not sponsored. It's no ads. They weren't even really that bothered about us shouting them out. The team over there were super chill about it. They were like, no, we just want to support. But it wouldn't feel right not to say thank you to them when they've been so generous with stuff.
And I think they chucked a donation, haven't they, as well? Bless them.
Yeah, they have done. They've chucked some money into the pot as well, which is always nice to see. And just everyone coming together brings together people from so far across the globe to actually just help out, which is just really nice. It's just really nice. It's chill.
What's the progress on your models? I feel like we've all moved into furious painting mode now. To get these models done. I'm halflinging away. How are you getting on over there, guys?
I'm just still building random models, mate. Where's the postman? I'm desperate to see these bits so I can start getting my brain going. I've been teased so much. I saw Curry-offs and then Peachy's came, and I was like, "Yeah, mine's definitely going to come today." And it just
it'll turn up as soon as we end.
You've not got.
That's sort of where I'm at with the big lads. I can't do anything else with the tank without priming it first, which would getting the airbrush out would sort of cause an issue with audio. So, but
did you scrub it? Because I was careful with mine. I didn't know if we needed to because we were so well prepared. But I did wash Simon before I put him together. For anyone who doesn't know, Simon is the CEO of Calm. So in honour of him,
I had a look over mine. I couldn't see any residue, so I put it together. Really, you should kind of wash them first just to be sure. But I couldn't see anything. Everything looked cured. So I thought since we were doing this, I would quickly put it together. I haven't put the side tracks on because if someone, when someone wins it, they can decide whether they want the tracks or not.
Yeah,
like the track guards. But I also haven't glued the weapons so that, again, whoever gets it can decide what weapons they want. But
Make
yeah.
it tournament legal.
Yeah, you've got to make sure that you give people options.
Yeah, exactly.
Like is what they didn't get with the Baneblade before.
I was just going to say, you shouldn't need to wash 3D prints before when they arrive. You should just be able to just build and paint them straight away.
That's true. I mean, to be fair,
Oh yeah, of course.
When I've bought them from other places, I've had to once or twice in the past, but ideally they should just arrive how this one arrived, which was perfect, which is why I put it together.
Yeah.
The reason you wash it
process, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just because of the manufacturing process of like release agents and stuff, which you won't get with 3D prints. And if you wash it with soapy water, it might affect the resin for a 3D print. So I'd probably just avoid it if possible. There you go. That's fun fact. Fun fact: 3D printing safety of the day, number 69.
Right. Want me to tell you about my 3D printing experiences? Oh no, that's fine.
This whole stream was actually just a ruse for me to get tips from Mikey, so I could set up my 3D printer again tonight, like without having to pay someone's time to help me out with it.
Yeah, without poisoning yourself or damaging the model when you're done.
Yes.
Or destroying the 3D printer in the process.
I mean, that's the least bad option of you lot, to be fair.
Don't leave stuff in the tank. That's all I can say. Don't accidentally leave stuff in the tank and then set it printing, because if you punch the FEP, it's bad news all round.
So many times.
Which I've never done
it's
that
impressive.
before. And I can't believe I did it this week. Of all the times to do it, it's just never happened before. I've been super careful, super diligent, and then I think this week I was like, I've got to get it done. I've got to get these printed. I've got to get it done right now. And I just like all idea of being logical and sensible went out the window. And the worst thing was, as soon as I went in to check on it, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I know exactly what happened. Like, you just know in hindsight, it's like, here's all the things I should have thought of before this accident occurred. And if I'd have thought about it then, this would have been fine.
Yeah. Always the same. In a rush, not concentrating.
I'm always in a rush here. That's why I mess everything up.
Yeah.
Making mistakes is you're just trying to get stuff done as quickly as possible. Where you're just like, if only I take a bit more
I have a big
time.
scar down here on my face. Actually, you can't see it really in the camera there because I'm a bit light out. But I've got a scar
you stole the resin
down here. No. I was packing. Hivestorm came in late, not later than normal. So I had to pack like loads of Hivestorm boxes, and I walked and knocked myself out on a door in the store.
Oh dear!
I walked into the side of the door. You know, like the thin bit. And went conk. I've literally got like lines like that down my head. This one is scarred. This one's kind of gone away. I like KO'd myself by rushing around, and then I fell down the stairs at work, rushing around. So that's why I don't do 3D printing.
Because you walk into doors.
Yeah, I KO'd myself at work.
Better safe, you know.
Health and safety be over in a minute. What everything is dangerous.
What goes on in your store, in your shop, that's going to get it shut down? Maybe don't watch the stream or all the resin of the doors hanging around.
Allegedly, he said allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm not sure what more health and safety I can do on a door frame. Or not even a door frame, a door.
Foam padding.
Bubble wrap around your outside of it.
Checkered line stuff. It wouldn't matter. I've ruined everything now.
One of those things at the top of escalators where it says you are approaching the end of the escalator, but for every door, there's a door here.
I'm that.
You can do that quite easily, like a little activated trip speaker.
Well, it'd be very
You're coming near a door.
very hitchhikers, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would actually.
Very hitchhikers, just like won't let you in unless you actually speak to the door and acknowledge it, and then it's like, please enjoy your trip through this. Just you smash your head on it still because it's opening so slowly.
What you like, yeah?
Oh god.
What you bloody like?
What you like, lad?
Getting a northern automatic door. God, so many people
God,
this
I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, lad, watch out. There's a big lump of wood there.
Oh god,
No,
that would
thank you.
be great.
You're giving me pork advert flashbacks again. I can't hear northern accents anymore. I just start thinking about that British pork advert from 1984. Yeah. I'm obsessed with it. Have you seen this?
What are we talking about here?
You posted it.
You like old British pork? Yeah, what are you
Okay,
talking about?
all right. I'm gonna.
I was like, Georgie, look at this tank that Kirios building, and then it was just like a pork advert. I was like,
yeah, the Necromunda version of that pork advert. I love that. I'm gonna link it in Discord. Obviously, playing it is probably not a good idea.
No.
I don't know whether it'll get you copyright claimed or not. Mind you, it's my channel.
It's you, so don't worry about it. Yeah.
Send it.
At this point,
Wait.
I think. At this point,
Oh, is it a video that you did? I think I have seen it at some point actually.
So I've done a version of it with the help of Synergy, who has another channel. But just for you to watch later, or you can play it now. I'm pretty sure whatever production company was responsible for it is gone. It's from 1984. I've played it about 8 times. I've never had an issue.
I love pork.
So I don't think it's
Can you
necessarily an
get
issue.
copyright struck on a charity stream? I don't know.
I mean, you can, but I've done it on non-charity streams over and over again, and it's never been a problem. So I don't think it's anything to worry about anymore. It's legitimately my favorite thing at the moment because it's basically a short horror film. It's so good. It's genuinely excellent. I can't get enough.
You know what? Why not? Let's play the B-roll.
Yes.
What the hell is that?
For a donation. For a donation.
Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah, we're not gonna play it unless we hit if we hit 3,700, we will play this publicly available video.
You want to see a 40-year-old pork advert?
Yeah, if you want to see.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, not 40-year-old. Is it? Oh no, it is 40. Okay,
80.
I thought it was 60-year-old for a second. I thought I was older than I was.
No.
Yeah, don't take the years away from me yet.
I was gonna say I'm just used to feeling old as hell. So
if we get to 3.7, we'll play it.
All right, come on, you lot. 3.7.
We'll play the
and we'll play the pork advert.
Plenty to go around.
Pork advert from you. Aye.
Can't wait for my performance review. Just like, oh, so Charlie, how did you help the charity? Just like, oh, I made people pay to watch a pork advert from the 80s. It's like, what? It's like, what's wrong with you?
It's honestly, it is literally a horror film. Like in the context of today, it's incredible.
I can't wait.
Incredible.
This
Incredible.
Is like when Kirioth and Mikey streamed Elden Ring and turned Kirioth into a massive shill.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. Look, all I'm saying is you can call me a shill, but I'm shilling for charity. What are you doing? Not donating. That's what you're doing. Come on now.
Well, we have just had another donation actually from.
Let's go.
35.
Let's go,
for the
B-Funk.
Jingle Jam collection, and I believe it was Orcs. Let me just double check. Was it Orcs? Oh, that's where.
Orcs.
Yep. Nice. That's what we
Now,
like to see.
do we think that orcs is close enough to pork to allow it?
No, it's gotta be 3.7, 3,700. That's when we'll. If we're risking getting copyright struck, like, oh wait, this is your channel. Why do I care?
Yeah, I mean, we don't care. Yeah,
I was like, someone donate £1 or
That's
£5.
not my fault.
Anything.
Yeah.
One donation.
swear all you like. Shit, bugger bollocks, whatever.
Oh, what happened to that? What happened to that? Like that big collab stream you did? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely didn't delete it because of all the things that we said.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what you mean.
We definitely didn't archive it.
Yeah.
Time to say truly outrageous stuff. Yeah.
Truly outrageous things.
It's
You
half
keep bringing that up,
4,
Ollie.
it's
I'm getting
time to
worried.
get in trouble.
I'm getting worried, Ollie. Every time it's like, yeah, just say something crazy. Let's go wild.
All right.
Child.
You want? Let's do outrageous. Has everybody started watching the secret level stuff that's come out?
Not yet.
I watched the Space Marine one, and none of the others.
3 times already.
You've watched
Never mind.
I've watched it 3 times.
the
3
Space Marine one, or just the whole thing?
No, the Space Marine one.
Oh,
Just the
okay,
Space
all
Marine
right,
one.
that's.
Because I'm writing a script about it, so I'm about to watch
Oh,
it
fair.
intensely.
Oh,
I
a good
watched
script
it,
or a bad
enjoyed it.
script? Are you gonna naysay, or are you going to?
I think it's pretty good. I think it's got its charm.
He's got to get the clicks,
I
so
haven't
yeah,
seen the rest.
probably a bit of slagging off.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
it's got its charm. It
Excuse
wasn't an
me.
endorsement, was it? It was.
Ollie's not interested because he wasn't from 1994. Okay.
Hey, look, just because I'm not in my own thumbnails anymore, what's going on here? What's that about?
I started watching it.
Yeah, I
last
really liked
night.
it.
Yeah, you
No,
really liked it.
I will say I've only seen the Space Marine one, but from what I've seen, it's really, really good. Really, really, really good. I don't want to spoil because it is still new.
Yeah.
But like, it's definitely, if you got Prime, you just like, you turn it on. Would I subscribe for it? Maybe I'd try a free trial. You know what I mean? It's really fun.
Yeah.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I must watch it.
The quality of it's fantastic. Like,
Oh, it's banging. Yeah,
it's
really, it is
like the
banging.
visuals in it are stunning. And like,
Yeah.
I've seen 2 of the others. I watched the Sifu one and the Unreal tournament.
Sorry, Charlie. Frederick Fisher has just donated £57.
Let's go.
Has he
Leagues of
actually?
Votan to get us to 3,700.
Has he actually? Let's
What
go.
it takes, my wife.
He wants some porky.
Got friends round? Got roast pork for lunch. Plenty of taste, British folk. Real value for money. Fred's got plenty. Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty. Plenty to go round. My wife's got what it takes. British pork. What's it got? It's got the lot. Got pork for lunch on Sunday?
That pork looked dry as fuck.
Yeah, that guy's a bit intense.
That sounds quite severe.
Do you see what I mean? It's like a horror film. Like, he's
I've
so
met him
intense.
that bit.
He just stares at the camera the whole time. And the 2 references to his wife having what it takes.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the actual... My wife's got what it takes. It's like, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about your wife? Stop. I love it.
Billy's
It's
got plenty to go around. My wife's got what it takes.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's so good.
felt-
Wait, that bad? Went bad, that Ollie. To be fair, mate, it went bad.
No,
there you go, mate.
I think it felt a bit to me if like Resident Evil 7 was set in a Yorkshire village.
Oh, bro, that'd be
like,
so good.
Like very much sort of just like not outright scary, but just a bit unsettling.
Resident Evil 9,
Yeah.
Dark Pit.
Damn it! Yeah. The last
Is that what
level
you're
of
trying to
textile
say?
factory.
Yeah.
Can I just say,
Right,
I'm
your first
so
one.
happy that we got the pork advert into not just a charity stream, but even though I'm not in control of this, like normally I would just put that on because I'm the one controlling what happens.
Yeah.
We still got it in on this channel where it features at least once per stream. Even when I'm not in control, I'm so happy.
I feel
We managed to
manipulated. What did
maintain-
you do to me? Yeah.
It was worth it. And was that donation for the orcs? No, it's a Votan, wasn't it?
It was for Votan.
It's a Votan. Thank you very much for that. How are they
There's
stacking
one
up
just
now?
before for Orcs.
Oh my god.
Yes, there's one just before for orcs.
Yeah,
Do I say
well
that
said.
Votan are still coming up short, or is that a bit too
Hey.
It's too easy? It's too easy, isn't it? God.
Small, just like the model range.
True. True. Right, sorry, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant here. Like, little,
There we go.
you've touched the nerve there. Everyone gives me shit and so many other Tau players about railguns and everything else we've got. And then everyone's like, oh, but the Votan have like this Magna coil gun, that's fine. What? Like, why is that okay?
What's this?
But railguns
just a little
aren't.
guy.
Like, what? Why? What's the discrepancy? What's the
It's 'cause
prejudice?
Charlie, he's just a little guy.
Just
Just a chill little guy.
just a little guy.
Just a little guy with a little gun. You know, it's like
It's
this
not a
big
little gun.
little guy.
It's not a little gun. It's a big.
He's doing his best.
Dude, this
Yeah. Just a little chill guy.
Just a chill.
Oh, them bloody Tau knobheads.
Boo.
They ain't got pork. They ate it.
Yeah, she ain't got what it takes.
No.
Barca ain't got what it takes.
Oh,
My mission is to make it so that "got what it takes" becomes just an everyday phrase for everyone in the world.
You should have it
No
as
matter
an
where you
alert. Have it an alert on stream. Every time
It's-
someone like becomes a member. Have you got
Yeah.
it what it takes to
Got
be a
what it
member?
takes.
have it on your gravestone. Yeah, but it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
have what
what
it
it
takes,
takes.
actually, in the end.
Plenty to go around.
oh god, it's still playing on my other monitor. No.
I've just got it on loop.
I'm just gonna
It's become like an aspirational message.
Why is this video now trending? Oh, it's Charlie left it.
it's just me, yeah. He's
1.7
forcing me off
million
this to watch
views.
it.
Yeah. He's got plenty.
It's
He has got what it takes.
well, I mean, this community clearly does. We've raised £3,700 this evening. This
That
evening,
is wild, to be
afternoon.
fair.
Is that in
Feels
this
like
stream?
evening. Yeah,
Just this stream.
just
Yeah,
for stream,
this
mate.
stream.
That's crazy.
Doing absolutely fantastic. Like, it's great. We just keep saying random bullshit, and people keep giving us money. Like,
I feel like we tricked everyone in with Peachy, and then he's gone. So now they're just left with us, and they're like,
They're all bait and
okay,
switch.
whatever.
yeah,
A pity tenner. Have that, mate.
yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, shut up, lads. What's going on?
If you donate 1,300 more, he might come back. He's not able to. He's busy. But I'm just.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him
So
that.
don't-
I think if we get to,
Is that false
that
advertising?
Goal, well, I mean, is it
Yeah.
false
Call him and be
advertising if
like,
it's not in your
Peachy!
control? Yeah, it's
Leave
like
us
we
a
got the
message."
nom.
We got the nom, quick.
You can win it.
He
It's
probably
so
would as
funny
well,
saying
bless him.
nom so much on this stream.
He's so happy. I just love the name of it. It's like the
It's so
nom.
dumb.
The big guns, the nom. Love it. Love it. It's
The
great.
nom.
Hey,
Peach
Peachy,
is
look,
back.
Peachy's back. He's
Yes.
There we go. Should we rip his model to pieces while he's not here, or is that too mean?
He's just quiet. That's all. it is. He's just
Spacing's
quiet.
a bit crap, innit?
yeah.
Could have put a bit more effort in. Nice.
I think it's
really good, to be
perfect,
fair.
and not just because.
And
it's
he
word
will
bearers.
if you win it. So make sure
Yeah.
for the giveaway.
Yeah.
See, doing that shill shit again.
You're good at it, to be fair. Like I'm supposed to be doing
Scarily
that,
good.
but I just keep forgetting. It's I've got so many different tabs open with things that I'm supposed to be like reading and stuff like that. But I will say, guys, we've got 20 minutes left. We set a cutoff of 5 o'clock because, like, we actually have stuff to do. Like, some of us have to eat and go and pick up kids and stuff like that. So we've got 20 minutes left to the $5,000. We could still do it. It's a bit of a stretch maybe at this point, but we could potentially still get there. Let's
We've done
give
really well.
yeah, we've done really well so far, honestly. And the whole reason why we're doing this is to support CALM, Campaign Against Living Miserably. We are a suicide prevention charity, and we're really trying to make a difference in the UK so that we can help people end their misery and not their lives. Suicide, unfortunately, isn't talked about enough. It's not given the attention that it deserves as an issue, because a few really staggering stats are that unfortunately 1 in 5 of us will have suicidal thoughts at some point in our lives, which is, there's when Peachy was here, that was, there's 5 of us on the stream, so you can see that visualized quite quickly. And also that someone in the UK dies by suicide every 90 minutes, which I know when I joined CALM and obviously getting onboarded, going through the different things, that's the one that really hit me. Every 90 minutes, it's quite alarming, and it's something that isn't spoken about enough. And hopefully, if we can make a difference in that, make a dent, help somebody that needs that attention, needs that assistance in the moment that they are, in crisis. That is what we're looking to do. The calls to our helpline cost £12.20 per call. So with the money we've raised tonight, it's going to be hundreds of potential calls where it's going to save someone's life. It's going to save someone's life. We're not exaggerating or giving hyperbole about that. That is what we are trying to do. We are trying to give people resources to walk them back from that point of crisis and stop them getting there in the first place. So, the generosity that you've shown today for this stream, throughout all of Jingle Jam, for the other people here's fundraisers as well, and all of the charities, all of the charities in Jingle Jam are wonderful causes. Thank you ever so much. And if you are able to give a little bit, though it's Christmas, it's December, it's a hard time, look after yourself first. But if you are able to give a little bit to a genuinely life-saving cause, it makes such a massive difference. And yeah, we appreciate the support so much. It really is a huge thing that you're able to do and change someone's life.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Yep. Well done, mate.
Yeah.
I say it's scary because you think we've been live for 3 hours,
Yeah.
Mhm.
2 19 minutes, sadly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Which is scary with it. There's like the context of it, you know what I mean? It's like, well, with all the fundraising, hopefully that's two less, right?
Yeah,
That's just
absolutely.
2 phone calls, and then
Yeah.
God knows how many others we've raised collectively between us. You know,
I was going
Oh,
to say
huge.
with what we've raised so far, do you know offhand how many calls that would be? I'm trying to work it out, but I'm awful
I was
at
going to say,
maths.
I'd be pulling up a calculator. I know.
I think
Oh,
Discord.
303.
There you go,
303.
303.
Producer on it.
Nailed it.
See, this is
Nailed
why we
it.
get professionals behind the scenes.
I could do one of these. It's great. Just start talking rubbish. Someone corrects me in my ear. Beautiful. It's only the chat, to be fair. It's only the live chat that just correct me.
So is that 303? Yeah, that'll be 303 for this, won't it?
Yeah.
Because I think I worked out what 500. Yeah, 500 was like 600 and 6,100. I think is 500 calls.
Yeah.
See, so we're over 300 calls. Like that's huge.
Mm.
That's a huge amount that been able to make a difference today to people, and just give the organisation the support to hopefully keep making a difference, and keep talking about this sort of thing so it doesn't go away. It doesn't go back into the shadows and become a hidden issue again.
Yeah,
That's the biggest issue.
That is something actually where, despite having struggled with depression for my entire adult life and having problems with anxiety and having had ideation and stuff, I had no idea the number was that high. I even as someone experiencing it, not constantly, but enough that it's been an issue. I had no idea the number was that high, and at the same time, actually knowing that the number is that high, when I say it helps, I don't mean that in a. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Again, I think it just highlights the idea that you're not actually alone in struggling with it.
Yeah,
you might feel like you are, but you're not. There's a huge number of people who struggle with mental health issues that will at times lead them to consider that course of action. And it's not just you. It's never just you. No matter what it is, it's not just you. And if there's not people around you directly that you can speak to, or you don't feel comfortable speaking to them about something that personal, then the existence of calm, it means that there is somewhere that you can turn and you can get the support that you need. And it might take a little bit of that kind of self-awareness, that it can sometimes be difficult to come by in moments like that. But I think a big thing is just remembering that you're not isolated. You just feel isolated. One of the biggest things
that's the worst
is it
part
makes
of it,
you
isn't it?
feel like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it definitely is. And like one thing that struck me actually, Mike, was when we chatted the other day. You said, and I didn't actually know this, but you said that you always try to go live on Christmas Day on the 25th, even if it's just for a little bit, just so that people that are maybe feeling alone or don't can't be around family or friends for whatever reason, have that place to go to and have that that support. And it just struck me as just like such a nice, simple gesture to do. You're giving up your time to do it, but the amount of people that must surely benefit and give that bit of warmth to on what would otherwise be a bit of a crummy day potentially.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
so
Because
nice.
it's like I said, like when I first started the channel and stuff, my whole shtick was like, if I can make one person laugh, that'd be really cool, And then like Christmas for most people, like a lot of people, I guess probably 4 out of 5, if you want to put a statistic on it, is like a really nice time of year. Get to see other families, get new things or whatever, have a lovely meal. And then there's some people that just have like, sadly, they just have no one, or they have people, but they are like potentially shutting them out just because they're not feeling themselves, because things are getting to them, etc. So yeah, I always like to. I've done it for the past couple of years. I always try to go and just come on and say hi, because if I can just like crack some crap joke, about Peachy getting buttered or whatever, if I can crack one joke and make one person laugh who might be alone or not feeling great on what should be a day of celebration, but for them, for their situation, for how they're feeling, it's not. That's just like something that's like super important, and just being like, yeah, if I go live and there's no one watching, then that's not a failure, which on any other day it'd be a failure, but if there's live and no one watching, that's just like, okay, cool, there's like no one that needs me today. That's really good. But sadly, there always will be, whether there's like But don't get me wrong, people will watch just because they want to say hi or whatever, say Merry Christmas. But like sometimes there's just like a couple of people, they're saying something in chat, or they're just watching in silence, not interacting at all. But they've got some noise in the background that is distracting them just for a little bit,
Yeah,
So,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
It's
important.
It's just nice, a really nice thing to do, and it's like even just from the conversations today, and watching what people have done in the past 2 weeks, and chatting to you guys over the past few weeks as well while we've been pulling all this together. It really is clear what a supportive community this can be, and I'm actually really glad that we've been able to pull this off, and the other bits and bobs we've done as well around Warhammer tabletop RPGs and stuff like that, because it does feel like there can sometimes still be a bit of a stigma around the hobby. Peach was saying earlier on, everybody knows the story of that guy or the gatekeepers or stuff like that, and they can tend to get focused on and made the big event and the main thing that people are talking about or paying attention to, and it's not the majority of people. It's not most people by any means. Most people just want to talk about something that they have an interest in, show you whatever model it is they've built or painted, and hopefully roll some dice with you. Great, whoa. And you talk a bit of rubbish while you're doing it, you get some people around the table and having a laugh, and it's just a really nice space to be in. So being able to actually stand as a charity and sort of say, well, no, we value this, we understand what this community, what this space does for people. It's something that was actually important to me as well, to kind of give back in a way, because we're trying to smash stigma around suicide all the time. Well, still see a lot of stigma from people around Warhammer, D&D, bolt action, these sort of games that people don't really, they're not as maybe mainstream acceptable as what they could be, as what other hobbies comparable things are. So it's nice to be able to actually do something like this with you guys and with everybody else that supports us as well in these spaces, to just show how nice and good the community can be. I mean, the amount of money we've raised speaks for itself in the generosity and the kindness of people. So it's just a pleasure again to be able to actually do this and have you guys standing, planting your flags with us as well.
Yeah, it's a good charity, isn't it? It's a worthwhile cause, and it's important. So if we have an outlet to help, then by all means, it's what we want to do, right? I'd imagine everyone else here feels the same. So yeah,
yeah, definitely.
I always feel like if you've got, even if you don't necessarily have a platform for it, if you've got the capacity to talk about it and to help destigmatize it by being open, if you're able to do that without harming yourself, then there is no downside to it. There's no downside to talking about it, because obviously for some people it is too close, and it's too when I say personal, it's always personal, no matter how much distance or how much therapy or how well you feel at the time. But if you have got the mental space to be able to detach enough from those feelings to be able to discuss them publicly, that helps destigmatize. If you're able to be open without causing, hurt to yourself, then again, that helps just destigmatize. I'm not always totally open about how I'm feeling, because sometimes if I'm in a really bad place, I don't feel capable of sharing. But if I'm in a place where I'm not feeling great, which weirdly, ironically, the last couple of weeks, I've been in a bit of a depressive slump, but I've kind of mentioned it here and there where I felt like I can, because again, it's that same thing of just telling people that they are not by themselves, and that there is more than just that, and that they are not alone, and that there are things they can do and people they can talk to. Makes a massive difference. So
yeah, you've been very open. I've not met you prior today, never spoke to you before we started today, and I feel like you've been able to really talk about stuff that other people here will be able to sympathize, empathize, or or feel themselves. So yeah, well done to you for being able to talk about all that as well, man.
Thank you. It's like I say, it's not always possible, and there have definitely been points where I've like streamed or made videos and come across as being perfectly fine, but actually privately have been in a really bad place. But a lot of the time, if it's just like a day-long blip, or if it's something where I've recognised it early enough, I can kind of go, oh, okay, we're having one of those months. I'm not doing well, but I'm still able to maintain enough self-awareness and able to examine like thoughts, emotions, responses enough to know what is kind of possible to share and what wouldn't be a good idea to share. It feels like it's just worth doing. It's like, oh well, I already feel bad, but if I tell people that I feel bad in a way that is hopefully demonstrative of you are not wrong for feeling like this and you're not the only one, then it's worth doing. And it's still like, in a weird way, it's only like after the fact that I kind of go, yeah, that was a good idea. At the time, even now, the voice in the back of my head is like, you're sharing way too much, you shouldn't do this. But I also know enough at this point about myself to know that actually it's going to maintain until it goes away no matter what I do. So I may as well use it for something good. And talk openly whilst I'm able to. So
one of the biggest battles is like recognition, right? Of understanding your actions, your thought process, without realizing that it is an illness. It should be recognized as an illness, and that's what's causing the problem.
Yeah.
And like hopefully, like platform, like days like today, like 4 blokes having a natter who famously, it obviously affects everyone, but blokes are terrible at talking about it. They're awful, but like, hopefully us having a natter, talking some bollocks, talking about some very serious and heavy topics, but hopefully making you laugh a couple of times along the way, can bring you the understanding, maybe with you, maybe how your friends are feeling, how family members might be feeling, and hopefully knowing what you have access to if and when it's needed.
Yeah,
absolutely. And thank you guys for speaking so openly throughout this afternoon. It's been really humbling, not only to just be sat here with you guys doing this, but also to hear about your experiences and to be able to sort of share in those. It really does mean a lot. So thank you for opening up, and I'm sure everyone that has tuned in throughout the afternoon to watch this has taken something away from it. We do only have a few minutes left. As you can hear, our voice is starting to get a little bit croaky. I have not done long speaking sessions for a while, so apologies for that. But we have had one more donation come in. Evil Advisor has dropped us a tenner and voted for Chaos, which is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe about time with the last... Oh, God, that is very bright when it comes up. With the last few minutes to go through where the factions have actually ranked.
Go on then. Let's whilst we're on the way out. Let's see. Obviously the goodies win.
The goodest guys have obviously won. So obviously I'm joking. For anybody who knows context of the different factions. The Dark Elder or Drukari are in the lead at 320.
Insane.
Wow.
Absolutely wild. How?
Absolutely, especially because most of that is from one guy who voted £300.
Absolutely carried.
So it's like it's
absolutely
like
carried. His shoulders, mate.
Capitalism.
I'll send that guy some PVC shorts. Do you know what I mean? That's
absolutely. The coming in second is the combined Imperium of Man, £275, which is nice. Inevitably they would be up there. There's a hell of a lot of factions under that banner.
To say it's about 19 groups, or 19 of the 20 armies in there.
I was going to say, it was like half of the armies, to be fair, isn't it? We have, Chaos coming in at second. No, third place. We get
Baited again.
baited every time. I get baited every time.
Chaos did just get a podium there with £191, and then sorry to say, guys, Tau is fourth.
Well,
They did the relatively up there with 142.
Tau with the champagne bottle in fourth.
Fixed.
Yeah.
Fixed.
Yeah. Represent. Then we have the Auction at fifth with 105. We have League of Votan at 82, actually. So they got a donation coming in towards the end.
Short Kings rise up.
Is good.
All 5 players really pulling their weight there.
Yeah, all 5 of you. Speaking of all 5 of you, we have the Nids and Gene Stealers in at £50, which I believe was a donation before the stream went live.
Nice.
So it still counts, obviously. But
In true Gene Stealer fashion,
Yeah.
sneaking in when
they have not showed their face
setting it up.
while the stream's been going. And we then have Necrons didn't come last. We'll be happy to know that Necrons did not come last. They didn't completely lose the war in heaven, but they got 20 quid, and with only the Eldar behind at £10.
I bet Necrons win.
That's the rankings. Yeah, Necrons beat the Eldar, so be happy
So they're
about it, I guess.
happy.
Yeah, we have something to celebrate. And our final total. Well, let's do a roundup of our models first. Let's see how we're doing before we do the final total and sign out.
I'll switch the camera. How about that?
Yeah, go on. Because to be fair, out of all of us, you look, Ollie, like you're the one who's actually done the most proper painting during the stream.
So we've done a bit. Is that really blurry still, or is that my internet?
It's okay.
Oh, it's really sharp on my side. I don't know what's going on there.
We can see the colours.
But I've done that, and then I've done quite a bit on the little lads now.
Oh wow,
nice.
you have actually.
Why does it look so? It looks great on my camera. Oh, never mind. Internet.
Because they're so small, mate.
Yeah, so I've done that. I've done a lot of blacks to the guns. I've gone for black grey capes just for ease and get them finished.
Yeah.
Nice. And yeah, so basically all the core colours are all blocked in. Need to do a bit of work on their feet, and then they sit on there. I need to do a bit of work on the turkey, and then I'll probably some rust go on there. There's a cup of tea up the top there. I might make it a Peachy's tip cup of tea.
Make it a coffee. Make it a coffee.
Make it a coffee, yeah. Peachy Tips coffee.
Yeah.
Just to wind them up.
Peachy coffee.
I'll make a Kira bottle of wine there. That one could be a Kira bottle of wine, empty. And then, yeah, that's that. I might do little hairy Hobbit Northern feet for you, Mikey, as well.
Nice, mate. Nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
So, yeah, we've got good work done there. I reckon that could be done. Another good fat session on that. We'll get that pretty much sorted. Oh, now the camera's come in. Yeah, I'll get that up.
Mate, that's looking great.
Yeah.
seriously,
Listen,
that's looking real nice.
Good progress,
that's really
really.
good.
Wait, they're upside down.
Yeah, definitely.
No, that was the right
Oh,
way. Isn't it?
who are we going to put to shame that has to follow this?
I'll be shamed.
Now, can I go
I'm happy to be
next?
shamed.
Can I go next?
Oh, right,
I
okay.
painted nothing. I've just built some Space Marines because this is how bad it is. I don't have the bits yet.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
I want to be in the middle. I want to be the shit sandwich. Okay, we got the
Yeah,
nice bread,
yeah.
freshly sliced.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
the
it.
butter from Peachy's arse. Right,
Yeah.
Curiosity is off.
Nice.
Curious the garnish.
Okay.
Yes.
So I've
Ooh.
done a bit. So I did a bit on these. I assembled the tank. So we've got the tank there. The tank's ready to go with detachable trailer that can be plugged in or taken out if you want.
Nice.
And the guns haven't been glued in so that those
Those
can
look
be
sick.
sent as separate ones.
I like that.
It does look like a nice kit, to be fair.
It's
I
really
like
nice. I
tanks.
like it a lot. And then
I
for
do like
the
tanks.
then for the big lads, this is where I've got
I love that colour, man.
because they're like Dark Souls esque. I figured we needed to do like sort of grimy dark paint job. So we've got like sort of gold tinged armor, some actual okay cloth, which you can't really tell because my camera's terrible, and then really nice rusty weapons. So that's where we've got on those.
Is that where you'd spilt the dirty down?
Yep, I got dirty down all over my fingers because I shook it and the lid wasn't on properly.
Ooh,
Rookie
it could have
error.
been a lot worse, to be fair.
Oh, it's I have previously splashed I've splashed streaking grime all over my desk, keyboard, and all 3 monitors before, where I
Oh my
shook
God.
it and I didn't realise that the lid had split at some point.
Oh, dear.
So I picked it up, I shook it really vigorously, and then I was like, why is my face wet? And then I looked around and it was just everywhere.
Oh
So
my
I
God.
shook it and it just sprayed out of the split lid and went all over
Jesus.
everything. So
Oof.
I'm familiar with. I don't know how my hands are so mucky. I don't know what I've done. I'm just covered in paint. It's really bad.
Oh dear. I mean, they're all looking great, guys. I especially love yours, Mikey. Wonderful.
Thanks, appreciate
the
it.
10 out of
stealthiest
10.
Phobos Marines I've ever seen.
I built
really,
so
really
much
nice.
plastic today. I built so many Marines. I've not built this many Marines in ages. Like
I
12.
hope a bit's turned up with you soon. Like,
I know, yeah.
I was really hoping when Peaches turned up while we were chatting that yours would immediately follow.
Devastated.
I kind of thought yours wouldn't, Ollie. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I figured when you're like, they've been shipped, I was like, that's never happening. Irish customs
Yeah,
are
that's not
pretty
turning
thorough
up.
these days, so yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
happening.
fair. It's like what's in the box? It's a big thing of resin. It's
Yeah.
like, check that out. But no, thank you guys ever so much for joining us. Our final total for the afternoon is £3,710, which honestly, like,
Amazing.
massive thank you to
Absolutely
yourselves
awesome.
and everyone
Crazy.
who's donated. Like, just staggering. Like, really, really nice to be involved in this and to have you guys on board. Thank you so much for all your time and effort. And yeah, thank you to the whole community. This prize draw will be open until the end of Jingle Jam. I will be checking any entries submitted after. I can't remember the exact time, but it says in the terms and conditions it's tomorrow evening. It's like 11:30 or something tomorrow evening. You can still enter until then. You can still donate until then. But
I was
after
going to
that,
say,
I will be filtering them out.
Is it still
there is a
open?
message
Yeah.
from Hoplite, which is it possible for people to donate after the stream has ended? If so, when does the window for donations end?
Yes, thank you for spotting that. The official ending. Oh god, it's Jingle Jam runs until the 14th, which makes it. I think it's like 11:30. It's not bang on midnight, but it's close. So I would have to double check 100%. But people can donate up until, I'd say, get them in by 11 p.m. UK time tomorrow. Is the kind of cut off. I don't know what's happening if someone's doing like a stream. Yeah. If someone's like doing a stream and it's running like they're still live, I don't know what happens there. But the overall event that this is in Jingle Jam in Tiltify is set to expire at a certain time. So I think it will just be a hard like stop. I say that's what we will be doing for entries. Any entries past the time it says in the terms and conditions, I will just be wiping out, unfortunately.
So yeah, it is 14th of the 12th, 2024, 11 p.m. is when
11.
the prize draw entries end.
Yep, 11. Cool.
Well,
Yep.
So
I
11
couldn't remember if it was 11. I couldn't remember if it was 11
29
or
hours,
half
it's
past.
5 minutes now, boys. Let's go. Get in
Let's
there.
go.
It's sorted.
Yeah.
When I looked earlier on, there was 81 entries. So
okay.
decent,
High chance
not
of
bad
winning,
odds.
How many prizes? Like 10?
I mean, there's 10. So there's 10 gift vouchers. I think there's 10 model sets, and then the models that you guys have made. So it was like 25 prizes.
That's like 1 in 4.
That's very good.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Quick, time to sign up with multiple email addresses so I can win the tank I put together.
Yes,
and you don't have to
see
see
how to paint it.
Yeah, don't have to paint it again. But that is going to be it from us, guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It has been great just sitting here chatting to you guys. I'm Charlie. I work at Calm. Ollie from Broadsword Wargaming, Mikey from Hellstorm Wargaming, and Kirioth of Kirioth this channel. You know who he is, you know where we are. It's fairly self-explanatory. Thank you again so much to everybody. Thank you to our producer Alex, and thank you to everyone who's tuned in to so kindly donate. Please do check out a few of the other Jingle Jam streams that are going on, either for Calm or for the other charities. They are all fantastic causes, and all of the money donated is super appreciated by each and every one of them. That is going to be it from us, and wishing you all the best of evenings and the best of weekends.
Well done, everyone.
Well done.
Nice one.